Alrighty. Howdy, howdy, hey, folks. Welcome back to Let's Play the Talos Principle 2. Hermione, good to see you. I imagine you'll be going to bed soon, but it's nice of you to pop in and say hello. Well, last night, over the course of a stream that lasted a little over 5 hours, we got through the prologue. We had a great time exploring New Jerusalem before we got to the meat of the game, the megastructure where the puzzles are. And I was also able to almost completely clear the first zone. The only thing I haven't done there yet is the gold puzzle, which is this game's version of a star world. I don't have enough stars yet. There have not been enough available for me to find. So we're going to jump right in here in a few minutes. I'm so excited to play. It's killing me to even try and wait like the 5 minutes for starting soon and the 5-minute chat before I actually launch the game. These things are important because I need to leave space for anyone who actually does want to watch me to get here. But I'm so eager to get back in. I've been thinking about this all day. I just can't wait. It's the one thing that is reliably distracting me from the news cycle, is thinking about this instead. And in a way, this is timely even in that context. So I'm, suffice to say, extremely excited to jump back in. Tomorrow not being a work day, I'm willing to torture myself a little more tonight. Like, I'm too old to really fuck around with sleep deprivation anymore. But I'm gonna stay up as late as I can stand playing this game tonight. That's my promise to you. As late as I can stand, whenever that is. Let's see, we're just about 8 minutes in. I'm gonna give it 2 more minutes. I'm gonna actually launch the game at the 10-minute mark, like I've been doing lately. All right, Hermione, sleep well. Don't spoil yourself either. This game is, I obviously haven't done the whole thing yet, but early hours are very promising for how good of a sequel this is turning out to be. Trust me, this is not the area of my life where I'm in danger of burning out. But thank you for your concern. No, actually, I had to do a complete news detox Monday and Tuesday this week. I couldn't take it anymore. I turned everything off. Like, my phone was off, TV was off, couldn't... I had my phone wasn't off. My phone was on Do Not Disturb, so if my family called me, those calls would have come through. But other than that, I was completely isolated. And I was actually practice running the Dark Souls DLC, because I'm still going to go back to that playthrough after Talos 2 is over. I'm doing my Dark Souls practice runs on the PlayStation 5 before I try to stream them, just because I don't want you to have to watch me head bash a boss I'm no good at fighting for 2 or 3 hours. And anyway, I just finished Monday and Tuesday, my big projects on Dark Souls practice. On the PlayStation, so we'll see how well I replicate on stream. But on the PlayStation, I beat New Game Plus Artorias, and I'm working on New Game Plus Calamite. So that's kind of where we are in the offline practice run that is informing the Dark Souls streams you actually see, if you're curious about my my process. Anyway, 2, 1, there's the 10-minute mark, no more waiting, let's go. 10 minutes on the nose. I'm not waiting a second longer. Oh hey, check it out. When I logged out, my robot went into sleep mode. He's just been chilling listening to Elohim this whole time. And now here I am. World 2, second tower. So let's see, is it exactly the same every time? Maybe not every time. This one's exactly the same. 8 main puzzles, 2 lost puzzles, 1 gold puzzle, 1 lost lab, 2 stars. And thankfully the compass will tell me where all the terminals are, so I don't have to worry about missing any of those. Yeah. I don't actually really see much wrong with... As I explore more maps and I kind of get a feel for how they actually built the game, I think I'm beginning to think I'll actually be fairly well served if I kind of go hit the story puzzles in the order the sign tells me to, and just look for side branches to explore while I'm out, because they don't seem interested in forcing you to run around and scrounge, right? Like, everything has been pretty well signposted. That was true across the entire demo, and it's been true the entire main game as well. Ah, more dialogue with our people. Hey, Alcatraz.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you make of the Sphinx?
Whatever that being is, it told us that we stand before the fire. That can only be a warning, and I think we should take it seriously. We don't want another New Alexandria.
That's all. I mean, fire's dangerous, but it's also one of the most significant moments in the entirety of human evolution, right? What is this one? Okay, it's a Sphinx monument.
So these monuments represent each of the entities. Pandora, the Sphinx, and Prometheus.
Makes sense, I guess.
For a given value of sense.
Okay, there's something here. New interface content available. 2478. Found on a E2 engraving. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. 2478. Alright, we're gonna have to figure out these Sphinx monuments. I don't think the one in the demo was functional, but we're gonna have to figure it out. And that's abundantly clear. Is there a puzzle in here? Connected to that monument, perhaps? Nope, that's just puzzle number 5. Okay. Alright, I mean, those... The font, it looks the same as the puzzle numbers. So I guess I'm gonna start by just paying attention as I solve these 4 puzzles. See if there are any extras or whatnot that I can see as I go about that. Anyway, here's puzzle number 1. Check out the outside of it first. I read a few reviews of the game, just reviews, not story spoilers, in between streams. There are a couple of interesting points in some of them that I'm very curious to ultimately check out for myself. The first one was about the difficulty curve. If you remember back to the original game, the difficulty curve was practically an asymptote, right? Like, the game started out trivially easy, and then by the time you were in the last, I don't know, worlds C4 through C8, every puzzle was hard as fuck, right? And it only got even worse in Gehenna. And they've said that this game very intentionally opens up more of the world more rapidly, and it's got more of a sawtooth, so every world has a mix of puzzle difficulties, although they'll generally go easy to hard in order from 1 to 8. And they also say everything is better signposted, so you're never gonna be looking for where the thing is. That's even true about the stars, but some of the actual puzzles are made much more difficult to make up for that, so very interested in seeing if that turns out to be true. Quantum tunneling. Oh, we're gonna play with the driller. Can't take driller through its own hole. Well, fine. Wait, what? Oh. I shot at the wrong wall. That makes perfect sense. Oh. But I see what I can do. I can use this driller to make a hole that I can take that one out through. Just need to move it closer. That, of course, enables me to nab this second driller. Whatever I might need it for. Now I can create a hole from this side. Alright, this is just a riff on the good old-fashioned jammer juggle, isn't it? Get both drillers through. Weigh both plates. Puzzle solved.
I can't help but notice that many of these structures are not strictly functional. There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here. This place might be meant to test us somehow, but perhaps there's more to it than that.
Certainly seems that way, Byron. Yeah, and I mean, the entire central mystery of what the fuck this island is has me fully invested. Yeah, that's a good point. I do, like, if there are corners of the map where I don't see anything signposted, I better still wander off there. Like, particularly if I don't really see anything signposted, there's probably an ancient item of some sort back there, isn't there? Okay. Uh-huh. 2, 4, 7, 8. I see these connectors in the air here. Yeah, so here's puzzle 2. And 2 was one of the numbers on the Sphinx monument, so eyes open when we do that one, but let's do this terminal first. Okay, World Spirit. The World Spirit. What is it that drives historical processes? It's easy to dismiss the idea of the great man, or the great woman for that matter, when clearly so much is determined by resource distribution, pre-existing political structures, and the randomness of the universe itself. But is there no space at all for the individual in all this? Are there not moments when, in Hegelian fashion, an individual may represent the world spirit itself? Was Napoleon history on horseback or not? Or is that itself another form of determinism? And now here's this number that keeps popping up across multiple documents. I keep seeing this number, 5358. It's popped up, this is like the 4th or 5th time now, so it's clearly important. 5358. From Augustus to Napoleon, from Lincoln to Lenin, there are individuals whose actions seem to drive rather than merely be driven by history. They make bold choices for good or ill that transform entire societies, or do they? We like to blame them for their failures, but are they not ultimately just the expression of a historical moment? 5358. But if they are, where is the space for human agency? It sometimes seems to me that all of human history has been that one struggle to carve out a space for free choice against the tides of history, and heroes and tyrants, pick and choose examples as you will, are both equally a reflection of that. Our greater goal then ought to be to extend that freedom to the maximum number of people, to become captains of our own fate as much as that is possible in this universe. Founding 2. Hypatia's Journal number 2, from Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Okay, so this terminal was in the demo, it's just in a different spot. Day 14. Melampus and Yemo went back to the dam to get more charging equipment. They've not returned yet, which means that we're stretched a little thin, since we're still posting guards at all times. But those large herbivores haven't come back yet, and at any rate Eustathius assures us that they're non-aggressive. But it's better not to take any chances, not when there's so few of us and so many of them. Athena and Cornelius and Eustathius spend most of their time drawing up plans and arguing. In a friendly manner, but arguing still. The rest of us are managing to tune them out pretty well. It's like background noise after a while. We have started construction on the first habitat. It's going to be a temporary structure for now, but we'll all be glad to get out of the rain. Yeah, and like the way this place is... Obviously, this place is deeply connected to New Jerusalem. And it almost has to post-date it, because all this New Jerusalem stuff is popping up on the terminals here. So, I don't know, I feel certain we're going to run into Athena here, and the central mystery of her disappearance is going to be bound up in this place, because it has to be. That's the way video game stories work. Trevor 2. I love Trevor. I remember this log. I remember really liking this one, too.
So, what are you doing here, Trevor? Why are you trying to save the world? Well, look, I think humanity is awesome. I love humanity. As a species, we're great. I mean, our track record is pretty mixed, but have you seen everyone else? I mean, what did you do today, animal? Oh, I ate some leaves, sniffed my own butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. Or, I tore this other animal limb from limb, sniffed my friend's butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. They really don't do anything interesting. I mean, you don't see animals directing Big Trouble in Little China. Birds can go tweet, tweet, but it ain't exactly the White Album. I mean, they can't even make a good cheeseburger, for Christ's sakes. They have no art, no cuisine, no pleasure. Animals are nice to look at, but you wouldn't want to be one. Except maybe a cat. I could be a cat.
I mean, he's not wrong. I think this game, both the first one and already this one by its tenor, are serving as very excellent antidotes to a sort of fashionable anti-humanism that's kind of all over the place. That's not unique to our time, but... Okay. Obviously we need to let the laser through. right? Is that not obvious? And then we're gonna do a juggle. Get the old driller through. Ooh, all kinds of shit. Okay. Now, the holes are too small to walk your body through. So what I'm probably angling to do is move the jammer through. It doesn't actually particularly matter which wall I set the hole in, just that I can reach the jammer through it. Do that. Bring us over here. Still need one more piece. Oh, duh. With the jammer on this side, I can just bring the driller, can't I? How easy is that?
I keep thinking, why puzzles? Is it just their symbolic value because of our history? Because the thing about puzzles is they can be solved. But if this is about testing us, what are we being tested for? It can't just be about spatial reasoning.
Our curiosity? Our persistence?
You're assuming that this place follows a coherent logic. My impression is that it's full of contradictions.
I mean, I think those are both reasonable things to say. Alright, now I'm curious about this one, because this is one of the numbers that was on the Sphinx monument. Oh, right. I forgot until just now after the demo, but after you solve a puzzle, all the energy gates shut down, which means your options for how you want to try and play around with the puzzle elements, if there's something outside, are dramatically increased. See, I don't need to hold this down anymore. Everything's just open after you solve the puzzle. Tools are still in here, and still presumably be used for something or other. Question is what? I don't know. Nothing's jumping out at me inside the puzzle. I guess I'll just table it for now. There obviously has to be a way to solve the Sphinx monuments, though. So... yeah, just... I'm really not seeing anything. I don't see anything. Why would the monument have called it out so explicitly? 2, 4, 7, 8. I don't know. Let me explore the rest of the map first. Mutual aid. wonder if they ever tell us what Earth island we're actually on. Don't spoil it for me if they do. That's just musing about what reveals might be in store. Didn't look like nothing of interest in that sort of no man's land. Aha! Okay, there's a connector there. But that's... The connectors go to the Pandora monuments, right? Like, this doesn't have anything to do with the Sphinx, does it? I don't think so. No. Sorry, I know I derailed from my exploration plan, but I'm gonna follow this little tracker right quick. The Sphinx is about riddles. So that set of numbers is actually some sort of riddle. I just need to put it together. He says as though it's the easiest fucking thing in the world. Okay, but I don't know, because these don't actually seem to go anywhere, do they? No, they're all just kind of connected to each other. Maybe I need to connect lasers out of each of those puzzles into the chain somehow? I really can't see what these are built for, unless there's like another Pandora box somewhere at either end, which I guess will become clear. I'm not going to worry about that until I confirm what the second star is. I feel like it might well be a Pandora monument over on the other end someplace. Anyway, we have arrived at puzzle 3. Let's check around it. There's another point of interest on the compass coming up, but we hit puzzle 3 first, so we'll explore puzzle 3 first. We'll actually explore behind and around puzzle 3 first. Hey, Yakut. Talk to me.
Hey, 1K, what's up?
There's sometimes a significant lag starting conversations. What do you think the towers are for?
Maybe they're for powering up the megastructure? Or maybe they just open it, like keys. Why? No idea. But aren't they gorgeous? Just incredible feats of engineering?
I agree, they're beautiful. They're just big. What a waste of material. I'm not sure how I feel about them. I mean, they are beautiful. It's my gut check.
I don't know who built this place, but whoever they were, they must have had a purpose. Making something so beautiful feels like a statement of intent.
I agree. That's all. That looks like something. I wonder if I can get to it. There's something up on top of this hill. It looks like the path is off behind puzzle 4, so maybe we'll do puzzle 4 first. 4 was another one named by the Sphinx. So I gotta focus on that, too. Oh, wait. I never did 3, did I? I'm an idiot. Oh! Never actually solved the puzzle. Come on, dummy. Back up. Where am I going to get a second source? Ah, there it is. Oh, this is interesting. For now, I'm still just collecting pieces. Okay. I can climb out of this one. I can just do this, though. So now that's self-sustaining. That'll stay open, and I've got these red connection points. So I move the driller over here to expose the blue, and then I can use the converter to combine red and blue into green. And just place it right, we're done.
Nice.
Oh, hello! Dogue, connecting you to a friend. Okay, these are obviously two separate events, but I found that switch. There are going to be switches like that at each of those puzzles, and that's going to be the Sphinx Monument. Got it. Okay, sweet. Dogue, connecting you to a friend. I've relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Why, yes, go ahead. Now, you are new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. Who are these people? Tell me their conclusions already. I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. The first is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute, thinks the big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down, a practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment, and the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for everyone. So is there someone you think would make a good match? Okay, so I'm pretty sure I've already met these people. The engineer would be the guy who was working on the dome. The scholar would be Rand, the archive scholar we met in the museum. This has got to be Helga, the one who was doing the funny spiritual stuff for the maybe fake credits. This has to be Jeremy, the mayor's aide. So I'm going to go for the mysterious fifth one just because I don't actually know who it is. The mysterious fifth person. Or, I'd rather hear which is most interested in me. Okay. Your answers to my questions and our observations of your behavior elsewhere has given us a massive amount of data. It's clear there's only one person that I should put you in touch with. You've shown a commitment to scientific progress and the pursuit of the truth. Okay, maybe it's Melville. Then your support, or maybe they're all people I haven't actually met yet, who knows. You've shown a commitment to scientific progress and pursuit of the truth. Your support would mean a great deal to my friend from engineering. She's no kind of expert on the human condition, but she's dedicated to analyzing how the world works and using that knowledge to shape our future for the better. Are you happy for me to put you in touch? Sure. Yes, please do. Okay, I'll send an introduction in due course. Not what it seems. Get involved behind the scenes. Alright. There's a new achievement, and sorry, Lone Wonder, I just happened to see that switch. Alright. So, we'll just unlock the star as we go and pick it up after we complete the circle. But that's an important moment. It tells you how the Sphinx puzzles actually work, which is they are the most overtly riddle-ish puzzles in the game. And I'm sure they're gonna get way fucking harder than this one. Sorry, Lone Wonder. Sometimes your eye just gets lucky and catches something. I saw that switch on the 3 column on my way out of that puzzle. Alright, let's solve puzzle number 4 and then we'll go see what's behind it. So 2... There's 4. And then we need to hit 7 and 8 when we get to them. Placement. Well, watch, I'm gonna miss some... In the future of my journey through this game, there's gonna be something screamingly obvious to all of you that I will be stubbornly missing. It's just how puzzle games work. Okay. A lot of driller walls, that's to be expected. This is obviously like the driller intro set of puzzles. These first 4 anyway. Fascinating. But we're starting to mix and match. We're gonna have some floating in here too, so... Alright. From this side, I am able to... With my reach, I can place something on a switch. From here... I can simply grab a connector. There's nothing else I need to do. And that, obviously, we need to place the connector on the switch. Which I think will open the energy gate. Right, because there's the receipt. Yeah, we're going to have to float this connector on the box, ultimately. But I have to be able to get out. Okay. So what I need to do is sub this out. Box goes there, connector comes out. Place the driller here. So I'm gonna lock, while this is open, I'm gonna lock in connections to each of these. Put it down. Grab my box. Now the gate is gonna interrupt that laser, but it doesn't matter because I'm about to float this connector. So Alt fire to keep the connections. Put it on. Raise it up. And the last piece is to use my driller to let the laser through.
You know something that's weird about these puzzles? They're not replicas of the simulation puzzles, like the ones in the museum.
Wasn't there an artist who did an exhibition a few years ago that involved new puzzles of some kind?
That was Barzai. It was called Trials of an Imagined Past. I tried to get you to come along. You thought it would be boring.
Were they similar?
No, not at all.
Was it boring?
I thought it was interesting.
Alrighty. So what's behind this one? First lost puzzle. Keeping connections. Oh gosh, I wonder what the key to solving this puzzle is. Alright. Can't do much there initially. But what I might be able to do, if I line it up right... Nope. No, they very explicitly designed it to avoid being able to do that. Okay, fair enough. Let's look at the other side first. See if there's something over here. That's just the end of the puzzle. Wait. I know what's up. Even after that's closed, I can still keep the connection, right? That has to be part of it. Let's see. I still can't get this. I can't get this to a spot where it actually has line of sight to both things. That doesn't exist. I'm obviously not quite thinking about this right. I need to be able to do something with that second connector. I just haven't managed to get to it. I need to be able to reach that connector to do anything else in this puzzle, so... Okay, that's the next step. How do I reach this connector? I can't reach it by drilling a hole. The only way to reach it is to unlock this gate. I can unlock this gate if I keep both of these connections. And I move this into either one. Got it. And it's not going to be this easy. It'll be pretty easy, though. All I have to do is rip this back. Back. Nice clean line of sight. Reopen that, and then I should be able to target it and the energy gate, and the receiver. Through the purples. Got it.
Any progress on the particle clouds, Melville? It's pretty clear they're integral to how all of this functions.
I've gathered a lot of data, but I still have a lot of numbers to crunch before I can give you an answer. And I can't guarantee that my answer won't be another question. I'm glad we don't get headaches.
It would be nice not to get headaches. This map's almost remarkably linear compared to the last one. It's not just me making different choices about how I navigate it, like... There's not a lot of real estate that I'm not explicitly signposted to for one reason or another. See, this felt like maybe a spot to hide an artifact, but I've made it all the way to what looks like puzzle number 7 without finding one, so we'll backtrack. Keep exploring in the... It's nice to not be terribly worried about missing things. I do want to find all the ancient artifacts, so I'm still going to poke around the rest of the maps, but... Where was puzzle 4? That's where I can link back with the path. Here we go. So say this is probably another terminal. Indeed. Lifthrasier 2. I think we heard this one already in the demo.
While exploring the forest, I came across a site of primal force. A beautiful stag, standing on a hill silhouetted against the setting sun. It appeared like a messenger from some divine natural power, perhaps from Gaia herself.
even to a being such as myself, less susceptible to manipulation by instincts and hormones. It was clearly a moment of revelation. In such moments, we are told to avert our eyes. But what if we do not? What will we discover if we look more closely? If we could speak to the stag, what wisdom would it have to offer? The answer is none. The stag is an animal of overwhelming stupidity, driven only by fear, hunger, and lust. There is no abyss for us to plunge into behind this revelation. Rather, the revelation is as flat and unreal as the plywood walls of a film set.
Again, it's kind of dismantling a lot of pieties, but he's not wrong. Hey, Spark.
I think you just picked up some kind of decryption key. Could try using it on those terminals inside the puzzles.
Yeah, I'm not super afraid to try that, just to kind of demo the mechanic. I bet there's an achievement tied to it, too. And the reasons, this is actually another thing I've read about. You can use the Prometheus sparks to skip puzzles, and then if you go back and actually solve the puzzle, you get your spark back to go pick a different one to skip. So, just for giggles, and in case there's achievement, well, first let's talk to Byron, and then we'll quickly use it on Puzzle 5 before we actually solve the puzzle anyway.
Hey there, 1K.
What do you make of the Sphinx?
I don't know what she is, ontologically speaking, but those questions she asked reinforced my belief that we're being tested, or perhaps analyzed.
That's all. Okay. Duet. Not every trial must be overcome as its creator intended. Sacrifice one of my sparks and I will free the fire hidden in this labyrinth. If you do that, it just straight up solves it for you. New content available. The Progenitor Portrait Series. Rodamni. Hi everyone. This is the latest in my portrait series. I have always had a deep respect for the progenitor Alexandra Drennan. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity. She also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human. Alexandra Drennan. Niam. As usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Badahas. Beautiful work, Rodamni. Gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. Jefferson. To me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos had thrown at her. Thekla. It's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. It's important to remember she was a real person. Your painting powerfully evokes her belief in a bright future. I agree, this really highlights her bravery in the face of death. We shouldn't forget other people contributed too. The painting makes me sad. These are the two I like. But I think I'm going to go with this one for now. It's important to remember she was a real person. You're right. She was extraordinary, of course, but she was a human being like any of us. Thekla. I don't think you can say the progenitor was like any of us. That's like saying the founder was like any of us. But they were, that's the point. We can all be extraordinary. You're right, they were not like us, but they were people. It's not disrespectful to acknowledge their humanity. I mean, I like both of these. This one feels a little less argumentative, a little more nuanced in making the same point, so 1K is right. In fact, I'd say to not acknowledge their humanity would be downright insulting. Just look at that quote Radamni posted. It was good to be human. Before this thread derails completely, let me say, as someone who personally knew the founder, that she was both extraordinary and very human. I could never accomplish what she did, but she always believed in me and my passion for art. Research. Byron, Prometheus Spark. Prometheus seems to want to help us succeed one way or another. The mythological Prometheus was a trickster, and it seems his holographic equivalent has similar tendencies. These sparks seem designed to allow us to skip puzzles, a function which appears to run counter to whatever intent there is behind this place. Still, the terminals for using them are right there in the puzzles, so Prometheus must have some legitimate authority in all this. Sparks can be recovered by properly solving the puzzles. Alright. So no achievement, but we got a research entry. Alright, so let's properly solve it. And I will also note that, given the mechanic of the energy gates dropping, if you have a puzzle that is, that also engages one way or another with a star, you probably have to actually solve it. Okay, let's start here. I have a driller. I can target that wall from here. That's the only thing I can do. So it strikes me as the most obviously sensible thing to start with. That doesn't get me anything in its own right. But if I aim it just a little bit better, I'll be able to reach that switch and turn that fan on. The fan, in turn, can launch me in here. Which lets me fish out this jammer. Aha! Oh. Alright, so now I think I'm going to use the jammer. Oh, I'm going to use it on something. Obvious answer feels like using it on I need to get the driller out, because what's fairly obvious to me is that the end game here is to have this open by the driller, and I'll be able to reach that energy gate, that last one, between me and the, whatever you call it, the pedestal. I'll be able to jam that last energy gate from inside here. There's a second driller in there, too. Wait a minute. No, because it can only jam one gate at a time. I was going to say... is there any way that I could put it back? Well, yeah, because if it's back on the... Okay. Hold on. No. Leave the switch on. I wanted to try and jam that one. And I can! Oh shit, okay, good. I guess... It's incumbent on me to remember I can go through these. I can't go through the vertical ones. Horizontal bars you can shoot through. That's going to be a very important visual marker to develop muscle memory around. That didn't actually do much for me, though. It just got me here. Alright, I can see the second driller. Don't exactly see what good it does me on its own. So I can get the jammer out here. At the moment, that really seems to be all I can do with it. What am I missing? I don't have line of sight on any other gates. Oh, but I can move the driller over here. That's what I've been missing. Alright, now that doesn't let me get the driller outright, but it does let me jam that gate across the way. Okay, we got it. I missed this window. It was there for me the whole time, just missed it, so. Alright. Now we can get the driller out, and the end of the puzzle's very clear. Oh, but first I have to actually take it out. Okay. Okay. Now I still can't get this one out. This still leaves me with one fairly sizable problem. What do I do about this? Can I detach the fan? No. I can probably juggle that. I can probably juggle the original driller out of there, can't I? Yeah, that's it. There it is. Okay, awesome. Redundant driller. Free my jammer. Yahoo. Alright, got my spark back. Yay, puzzle 5. Okay. This is where it came from. Puzzle 6 is right here. That's puzzle 8 over there, so Looks like most of the landmarks and exploration are clustered over there around puzzles 7 and 8 on this map. That's fine. I don't mind saving the exploration and story. Whoa. Exploration and story bits for afterward. Toward the end of each map. Okay. Nothing exciting around the puzzle. In we go. Passage. So this fan is running and is not detachable. Where does it launch me? This fan is not detachable, but this needs to be weighted for it to work. The driller can either I'm going to have to bring something else in here, because there's no point in aiming the driller out either of these gates. The only thing it's good for now is powering on this switch. Over here, I have another driller, which I can use to open a hole. Alright. What good does opening a singular hole do me? I don't know. I actually read about this exact puzzle in one of the reviews. Now I'm nervous. Guy said Passage in World 2 was the first puzzle that walled him. For a solid hour. Hopefully I do better. We'll see. Okay, so the big question is, what changes if I have that open? Well, I can bring a different weight with me, so let's start there. I can bring this fan up here. I can weight it with that instead so that I can bring a driller over. What this ought theoretically allow me to do, if there is such a thing literally anywhere, huzzah! If this is as easy as I think it is, I'm gonna be fucking shocked that guy got walled. Nope, this is as easy as I thought it was. Oh, maybe not. Right, because I forgot my other driller. Okay, no, I see the whole pattern now. I just missed one thing. You have to do the loop 3 times. Not twice. So you gotta do it like this. That was my error. We gotta get both drillers out. And then we also need to bring the fan out, which we need one of the drillers to do. Alright. Oh, okay. Ah, ha 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 ha. There's the missing piece, that jammer. It looks like... Is this really all I need to do? Nope. Alright. It's still not exactly complicated to get them both out. I just need to go bring along the second driller right quick. Forgot to bring the fan. Now, I admit that was an interesting thing to miss. But I thought it was just going to launch me over the gate. There we go. Either I'm better at this than games journalists, or that guy just sucks. Because that wasn't that hard. Okay, this looks like my lost lab. I am really curious about these.
Looks like you found another lab. Wow, that's a lot bigger than I expected.
What were they doing here?
And who are they?
There's an upstairs, but I'll do the terminal. I'm gonna do the terminal last. Let's explore first. Oh, well, there are two terminals, never mind. Okay. Downstairs first. Stratton Ideas. The Origins of Thought. A fragment from Stratton's The Origins of Thought, as quoted in a commentary by Simplicius of Cilicia. Stratton. To say that material things are brought into being by ideas is to flatter ourselves, which is an error philosophers are particularly prone to, because it raises those who think above those who do. Then what is the truth that does not flatter? Stratton, that the reverse is true. Ideas are brought into being by matter, and so each man's ideas are shaped by the world that surrounds him as clay is shaped by its mold. Those who live in mountains fear cold, those who live in deserts fear thirst. The Athenians are shaped by Athens, and the Lacedaemonians by Sparta, and likewise it is for all peoples. 12. The newly discovered Heraclean manuscript, likely a lost part of the Baroque collection, contains an additional passage that differentiates between pneuma, the individual mind or spirit described as an energy arising from matter, and ideas, which are produced by the pneuma as it interacts with the material world. Failed to load profile. Philosophy is useless if it offers no way of changing things. At least Stratton tried and didn't lie to himself. Failed to load. But how can we change the shape of the mold? Stratton never says. Perhaps by demonstrating the fact that other shapes are possible. We can't change it all ourselves, but perhaps we could, like Alexandra Drennan, create the conditions for change. Noema Project 3. Now, we keep seeing that come up a lot. It's obviously like just, it chops the word noematics in half from the Institute for Applied Noematics from the first game, but Trials 108 to 242, version 0.05 deployed successfully. Reversion to previous settings fixes malfunction, but what was the error? Cooling systems improved. Trials 243 to 505, version 0.06 deployed successfully. Significant improvement to disassembly, new lab space carved out, easy to destroy, harder to create, so easy to optimize only one aspect. Trials 505 to 719, version 0.07 deployed successfully, and this author 5358, so the same sequence of numbers that keeps popping up in the other documents is whoever's authoring these progress notes. This is beginning to appear to me to be about the particle matter itself, like the way we saw it build a tower when we first got to the island, but it could be something else, but I think that's what these trials are discussing. Trials 505 to 719, version 0.07 deployed successfully, improvements to version 0.08 halted, insufficient energy for trials 719 through 802. Schematic 108. Uh-oh.
The world is a wonderful place. Every day we take another step forward. Every day we come closer to the truth. The closer we get, the more I can see the beauty of the universe, the intricate perfection of its mechanisms. I am a machine, and the universe is a machine. Every part of me serves a purpose, or I could not be myself. I could not be Miranda, because that specific person could not exist without those specific parts and their specific functions. In the same way, every part of the universe serves a purpose. I think that is what we were meant to discover here.
Huh. Overload. Experience a data stream overload. Whoa.
1K. You just connected to an extremely powerful data stream. Are you all right?
I'm fine. I think I had a vision. That was disconcerting. I think I had a vision.
Yes. You were streaming. We all saw something. You're lucky it didn't fry your motherboard. Please, everyone, let's be careful with these terminals from now on.
Yes, let's all try not to die. More importantly, who the hell is Miranda?
There's no one by that name in New Jerusalem. I just searched the database.
Uh-oh. More robots. It must be one of the people who built this place. That's not true, because she was talking about discovering things, same as us. Maybe it's a nickname. Your guess is as good as mine.
I think it's a new person. Someone we've never heard of before. Someone born outside the city. Maybe I'm wrong. We have to find out more.
But where did they come from? And how many people does it take to build something this huge?
Like I said, we need to find out more.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I'm about to fix another part of the transport system. Thanks for the files, 1K. I hope they didn't fry your brain.
All right. Well, we knew there were probably... I mean, we know several groups of people have left New Jerusalem in the past, so... Untitled Draft. Saint Idwald identified the tetromino with the tetragrammaton and the Greek word for God, because to him the mathematical properties of the tetromino reflected God's ability to reshape the world without breaking its laws. Elohim, in his desire to impose meaning on the simulation, which was his primary function as storyteller after all, took Idwald's heretical ideas and integrated them as the sigils of his name. But despite all these layers of obfuscation, there is some kind of truth hidden in this. The world really is, in a sense, made up of minute parts that can be combined and recombined without breaking the underlying laws. Everything that exists is made of the same fundamental materials, and those materials are brought into existence by the same fundamental functions of reality. And yet, the miracle of existence is that we are not all one, but are in fact radically different and separate. New Alexandria. From the Book of Reminiscence and Regret by Eustathius. In the early days of our people, a great deal of responsibility fell on my shoulders. There were few of us then, and though we are stronger and hardier than any human, we are not invincible. The world was an overgrown ruin, and our resources extremely limited. It was a harsh time, but I felt passionate about the work, fired up by the many sacrifices that had brought us here, from the Ian team to the people of Gehenna, whose code was part of my personality. Bit by bit, New Jerusalem grew. We had to adapt some of the plans Drennan's team had left behind. I don't think they had expected the simulation to take as long as it did, but it was all working. That's when I made a terrible mistake. Thinking it was a way of safeguarding against disaster, I proposed the creation of a second settlement, New Alexandria. As the location was far from the dam that powers New Jerusalem, I attempted to build a thermal power station that would take advantage of a local gas reservoir. However, I foolishly used geologic data from the archive, failing to account for the amount of time that had elapsed. 5 years later, this error led to an accident that leveled the settlement and killed 31 of my fellow citizens. Of all my many regrets, this is the greatest. Eustathius never forgave himself for this mistake. He drifted away, isolated himself from everyone in New Jerusalem. But was it really his fault? Yes, he made a mistake, but why was the entire weight of the New Alexandria colony placed on his shoulders? A simple process of review and discussion could have prevented the entire disaster. Doesn't that mean New Jerusalem as a whole is at fault? He did his best, I feel sorry for him. But the dead remain dead, and that has to be faced. I like, already, this game is drilling really far into what the first one already did such a good job of. And it's actually doing a significantly better job too in many ways, in terms of presenting all of these ideas without trying to really strongly advocate for one view or the other. It's just acknowledging the ridiculous amount of complexity. Like, no, Eustathius is not entirely to blame, but yes, Eustathius is still partially to blame, and all dead people are dead, and they don't really care whose fault it is, do they? Like, that is all simultaneously true, and the game is written well enough to acknowledge that about, obviously this particular incident is fictional, but things like this happen. Ethics of extinction. If a species we consider beautiful and remarkable goes extinct, we consider that a great evil. Dolphins, for example. If dolphins go extinct, that's a great loss. If humanity causes dolphins to go extinct, that's a crime. But if Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes bubonic plague, goes extinct, is that an equally great loss? If not, why not? To nature, there's no difference, it's all just life forms. The only moral framework that allows us to choose between dolphins and the plague is a human one. What about a species going extinct without anthropogenic factors? Extinction is the norm. If one day dolphins are no longer capable of competing with other species, should we let them go extinct? When the sun finally dies and all life goes extinct, will that be a tragedy? If we can prevent it, should we? If you believe that extinction is acceptable when nature does it, but not when we do it, then you don't actually oppose extinction. You don't believe that dolphins are inherently valuable, that they deserve to live and thrive. You just oppose human control. You oppose our ability and responsibility to choose, which is a fascinating take I've not encountered, but I don't immediately encounter any holes in its logic either. So, wow. I fucking love these games. Alright, let's keep going. Alright, so that was our Lost Lab. I've got 2 mains, 1 lost, and, well, technically both stars, although I've solved how to get the first one. It's just a matter of flipping the last 2 switches and picking it up. The Mystery of Miranda. Touch grass. What a great achievement name. Read 10 social media entries. Badahas. For anyone who missed it, Byron's expedition has discovered evidence of the existence of another person. Someone not from New Jerusalem. Who could this be? What does this mean? Arinya. Maybe there's another city out there. Who says there was only one simulation? Maybe there are thousands of people we've never met. I really hope so. There is only one founder. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all the historical evidence we have points to that conclusion. There were some other attempts, but as far as we know, they all went wrong or failed. There's more that we don't know than there is that we know. That sentence is going to make my brain crash. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? There's no evidence to support that idea. I'd like to hear more about these other attempts to save humanity. I really don't think it's aliens, Jacques. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. I mean, that is absolutely true. Everything here is very obviously related to New Jerusalem. But I don't need to pick on the crank. Let's engage with the substance. Zagoran. Some people affiliated with the Institute for Applied Noematics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century, the dam collapsed and took whatever was happening inside that system with it. Shmylov. There was also a similar attempt by another organization, but without the test of free will that Alexandra Drennan devised. According to Lifthrasir, it never produced a viable mind before it ran out of power. Fascinating, thanks. Could there still be others out there? Yes. Theoretically, yes, but even our dam would have collapsed without extensive repairs, and even a nuclear power plant would have run out of fuel by now. No, fair enough. And yet, clearly, Miranda is a person who is not from New Jerusalem. That stubborn fact persists. And not just a person in, like, the broad sense of the word. Like, Miranda had the same kind of body as the rest of us and everything. The entrance to this thing. Where's my switch? Eye of the Needle. Alright. Precise line of sight. That's what this is going to be about. Pressure plates. I have a blue receiver. That is all I can currently access. Behind plate number 1, a drillable wall. This time... Ah, there's a jammer in there, too. Okay. There's the connector source. Okay. How do I get into the jammer? has to be an actual way in there. And it's the most basic thing ever. Isn't it? Sometimes... Alright. So I gotta open up something for the jammer to connect to. I think I only have the one connector, and it's gonna have to ultimately get me to there, so I need my hole to have good line of sight access. All these things. And I need to be able to aim the jammer at the energy gate through that same hole. It's like I could just do it. Perfect. Because now I should be able to line this up. I can get it around the driller. Boom. Enter the tower in a minute. I got puzzles to solve.
I've managed to extract an audio file from 1K's data stream incident. It's hard to be sure because it's just a fragment, but I think it's some kind of log or diary.
We finished a new lab today. Some processes are still harder than others, but energy output was up 2,000%. It's incredible how each leap forward enables another. The next iteration of the machine will...
Amazing.
So as we suspected, someone was experimenting here, but experimenting on what? What was this machine they were building?
Maybe it's whatever powers the megastructure.
Iterations of the machine. We still need to figure out who this Miranda and everyone else is, too. Alright. What's up, Byron?
Hey there, 1K.
What do you make of this Miranda?
Going on what little we have, honestly, she reminds me of myself when I'd just been born. I came out from the dam at night, and the sky was full of stars. I felt a reverence then, an almost ecstatic connection to the sublime. The universe seemed like a miracle, and to exist within it was the greatest possible honor. That view was tempered in time, but I've always tried to hold on to as much of it as I could.
I'm with you, Byron. That's all. Alright. So this is our other star, and it is a Pandora. Kind of like I expected with all those lasers. Alright, so she needs a green laser. She always does. It's probably not going to be as simple as shooting it out of Puzzle 8, because, in fact, I know it's not, because I saw all those other things. It probably directs into Puzzle 8, though, because it's got direct line of sight to her. So, I'm going to kind of backtrack to the other end of these. Well, let's do this last terminal. Yeah, so I'm going to go last terminal. I'm going to solve Puzzle 8, because I feel like it does, just based on where things are positioned, it's going to be, like, the final step on this star is going to be connecting from there to the monument. That's pretty obvious. I'll need to backtrack to figure out where the first connection is and remember that there's a green laser. The New Theology, 1. Author 5358. From The New Theology by George Bernard Shaw. Okay, so whoever 5358 is, they're also the ones leaving these actual documents on these. The object of the whole evolutionary process is to realize God. That is to say, instead of the old notion that creation began with a God, a personal being who, being perfect, created something lower than himself, The aim of the new theology is to turn that process the other way and to conceive of the force behind the universe as working up through imperfection and mistake to a perfect organized being, having the power of fulfilling its highest purposes. In a sense, there is no God as yet achieved, but there is that force at work making God, struggling through us to become an actual organized existence, enjoying what to many of us is the greatest conceivable ecstasy, the ecstasy of a brain, an intelligence actually conscious of the whole, and with executive force capable of guiding it to a perfectly benevolent and harmonious end. That is what we are working to. I've read that before. Really like it. L1C Niam. From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph. Okay, this one was in the demo. After these events, Niam decided to consult the writings of the ancients, but while philosophy and religion interested her, it was art in all its forms that came as a revelation. To her delight, she discovered that meaning was not something constructed purely out of logic or will, but that it could also be found in stories. That even when the characters and events of a story were not factual, they had a validity and weight, as if they somehow were real after all. She was astonished that such a profound experience was freely available to all humans, but concerned that too few took advantage of it. So she set out to enrich the inner lives of her fellow citizens by promoting the arts, starting with the legacy of Gehenna. Niam sounds nice. I would love to meet her one day. She must know more about New Jerusalem art history than anyone. When we do, remind me to explain how to pronounce her name. The default settings in the language libraries are wrong. And Leviathan. Thomas Hobbes. From the Introduction to Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. Nature, the art whereby God has made and governs the world, is by the art of man, as in many other things, so in this also imitated, that it can make an artificial animal. For seeing life is but a motion of the limbs, the beginning whereof is in some principal part within. Why may we not say that all automata, engines that move themselves by springs and wheels as does a watch, have an artificial life? For what is the heart but a spring, and the nerves but so many strings, and the joints but so many wheels, giving motion to the whole body, such as was intended by the artificer? Art goes yet further, imitating that rational and most excellent work of nature, man. For by art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth or state, in Latin civitas, which is but an artificial man, though of greater stature and strength than the natural, for whose protection and defense it was intended, and in which the sovereignty is an artificial soul, as giving life and motion to the whole. 5358, that number again. Lastly, the pacts and covenants by which the parts of this body politic were at first made, set together and united, resemble that fiat, or the let us make man, pronounced by God in the creation. It's obvious that Hobbes has read Stratton and is extrapolating the Talos principle to the level of the state, but unlike Stratton, all he wishes for at the end of the day is a powerful ruler to control this machine, to tell him what to do. Alright. So that one has to be the last lost puzzle. So before I wrap these, let me flip my switch. Head to the Sphinx Monument, and I guess my star's just gonna be there. Baby. Mistress of Riddles.
Every answer leads to another question. The last answer leads to the first question.
Alright. So we got an achievement for solving our first Sphinx monument. Before I solve Puzzle 8, actually, let me see if I can set up the beginning of the Pandora monument now. Just gotta find those stray lasers again. Let's get back to the beginning. Alright. So what reasonably has line of sight to here? That's easy. It's obviously 3. It's obviously the green laser I already made. Let's just connect it out there as well. Wait, what? What did I cross it with? Oh. Just moved it out of line of sight of the blue. There we go. Okay. Now I'm sure I'll be able to use something in Puzzle 8 to redirect it. And what would be clever is if I actually needed to send out a different color. Because I have a converter and not a connector in Puzzle 8. In fact, now that I said that out loud, I bet that's exactly what's going to happen. Alright, so yeah, I got fine line of sight to my existing laser and the monument out of this puzzle. Ah, and it's just a connector. Praise the sun. Alright. Let's actually just do the star right quick. Gotta find my laser. It's out there. Oops. I know it's out there. There it is. They'll do that in the next world. The first one was just shooting it out of a single puzzle. So this one crossed multiple puzzles. The next iteration, they'll
The
make me...
hunter does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
I'm not entirely sure that's true. I mean, in 2023 it is, but that has not been true for most of human history. Alright, so I got one main and one lost puzzle left. And I guess I'll find the gold gate. See if I can do anything with it yet. Okay, this one is called Seesaw. I have a blue and a red. This is just a connector. I have 2 of them. It's about not crossing the goddamn streams, ain't it? Oh, that's still gonna cross. Okay, I see the problem. I don't have a way to elevate it, so... Let's try this the other way. That still gives me the same problem. Oh, but I know what I can do. I know what I can do. I can set them so they're dependent on passing through holes. And then I can just choose where the hole is placed at a given point. Of course, I'd still need to be able to move the driller. Okay, hold on. This is an easy fix. I just need to have the driller on this side of the gate. I can reset this. Or no, I can't. Not until I actually place the driller. Still, this will work. It's not that complicated. So now from in here, I need to do a nice job placing that. That's still not going to do anything for me. Okay, nope, this isn't as simple as I thought. I'm going to need to think a minute. There's a ladder on the other side. So I can climb out if I need to. And I also fire the driller through, so really... No, I think I do have it, because I can shoot the driller through the wall. So I just need to... Oh, I still needed that one gone. That's my problem. Right, okay, no, this is quite a lot more complicated than I thought, actually. No. I can also do this from back here. There we go. That'll let me in. And I need to place this one better because it doesn't need to go through the door. It needs to have a clear shot through a window instead. So, let's try and be reasonably close to where that happens. Not quite. Do better. Okay, that'll work. And now I should just be able to flip the driller. Got it.
That was very smart, 1K. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound surprised. I mean, look, clearly you know what you're doing.
Alcatraz.
I've been meaning to talk to you. This, vision you had, the data stream overload. How did it feel?
It was strangely beautiful. It was frightening. It was just data. It felt threatening. It was unpleasant at first, then beautiful. That's the one I'm going with. I can't explain it.
Don't you worry that maybe your first impression was correct? And after that, your mind was basically being hijacked?
It felt more like my mind was being expanded. I wasn't hijacked. I think I made contact with something. It was beautiful anyway. I wasn't
Just
hijacked.
don't take this too lightly, okay? We're sturdier than our ancestors, but a mind is still a fragile thing.
I wanted to ask you about something else. I promise to be careful. Oh, I lost the opportunity to ask him about something else. I didn't mean to do that. Alright, let's go solve the last lost puzzle. I don't actually know if I get anything besides my own innate sense of 100% completion for actually solving all the lost puzzles, but I feel like Crow Team will give me something. They're good about that. Loop. And let's start there. See what's back here. A horizontal fan that will blow... apparently blow through 2 driller panels. Here I also have a driller panel, which could presumably free one of these boxes. Okay. Before I just start doing stuff. What else do I want to send through? So I ultimately need 2 weighted items. I think I need to have the driller out here, because I'm going to need to move it. Whenever the fan is blowing, I'm going to have to use the driller from here to guide it through both panels as it gets blown into here. As far as what the third thing is, another good question. So I don't see very many pieces. There's the one box. Which I've got enough tools to fish the box out, even if it ultimately has to go back in. I don't really need to be fucking around in here anymore. I might need a better line of sight on the connector. Hold the phone on that, too. Can't be this easy, can it? No. The only other piece is the connector. I have to use the drill to move it through this, so the connector has to be the thing that moves. Question is, how the hell do I get it in there? And the only way to open the gate is also out here. All that does is turn the fan on. So there's a hole here. I can't fit through it. I can be the thing doing the waiting, I suppose. What good does that do me? It's like, I feel like it's easy enough to send the box back through, but that isn't what I need to do. It's a puzzle. You see, like, right now, it would be really easy to move the box back into there, but that just puts me back in the opening condition of the puzzle. It's gotta have something to do with an alternative laser angle, right? Like, it must relate to having this open and bringing the laser through here, but Am I missing a piece somewhere? No, it doesn't usually work that way. One driller, one connector, one box. That is all I have. And my body, of course. Wait a minute. Okay. No, I'm starting to iterate now. Alternative connector angles. That's what got me thinking. I'm going about it backwards. Now that's open and staying open. What I can do is send the box back through. And boom, puzzle solved. Nailed it. I got 2 achievements just then. And holy cow, okay, so there are very specific achievements tied to specific puzzles, because I don't know if you guys saw that one. Becoming smarter, return to a puzzle for a second attempt. That's fine. But the big one was just one lap. Solve loop without doing multiple circles. Which I just did because I'm awesome, I guess, but wow. Okay. Now the only thing left for this world besides its tower is to find the gold door. See if it's... see how we're progressing on opening that. Alright, there are a dozen worlds. Each world has taken me about 2 hours to fully explore so far. Seems like a pretty reasonable pace. Alright, yeah, the stars are opening it. Looks like I need 12 stars before anything's actually going to happen with one of these. Alright, let's go check the tower. Solve a stupid Tetris... oh, artifact, good. Radiator, a device for generating heat. Unlike ourselves, our ancestors could only survive in a limited spectrum of temperatures. Devices such as this one allowed them to artificially create the conditions that allowed them to thrive. Alright, well... I don't have a lot of love for these puzzles. But they're not too hard so far. there's a Stratton I missed? Okay, I'll get it on my way out. Thanks for the heads up. Are we gonna chat with the Sphinx again, or someone else? Pandora!
Halt, creature of clay. You have strayed from your garden and entered a domain that is beyond your ken. Turn back now, before you harm yourself and others.
Who are you? Are you like the Sphinx? We were invited here.
Prometheus had no authority to summon you. He is rash and foolish and given to trickery, but his schemes lead only to ruin. Therefore heed my warning. The flame is not for you.
We will consider your words. We're not just going to leave because you had a bad experience with a magic box. We need to know what is going on here for the safety of New Jerusalem. We need to know more about these technologies for the future of New Jerusalem. These are all true. What do I want to say to her? I mean, the energy crisis is real. I haven't really seen anything indicative of danger yet. I'll do that one.
You seek the flame of enlightenment, but remember that fire can also burn.
Activate the tower at the wooded plateau.
Things are there?
2 of 3.
I think that was Pandora, which matches the other one being Prometheus.
They seem to be locked in some kind of conflict.
Might be wise to avoid getting caught in the crossfire until we understand what these entities actually are.
Alright. Where was Stratton? Was he over by the last puzzle I solved? I just never saw his hologram. I would have grabbed it if I had noticed it, obviously. Okay, so the Stratton logs also do not show up on the compass. So there are a few things that don't. Stratton logs don't. Artifacts don't. So it remains still worth exploring. Alright, I never really explored around the gold puzzle either. Oh, he's right by the tower. Oh, okay. No wonder I didn't notice him. That's actually good to know. I kind of tuned out of search mode after I started building the bridge, so there is other stuff in and around the towers. It's actually very handy knowledge. Right side. Oh, no. He's not. There he is. Thank you.
We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Good question, Stratton. Yep, nothing left behind me but the gold puzzles in both zones. Before actually heading to the next world, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I'll be right back. Watching River, too. I'll need to take her out pretty soon. I was actually late on her afternoon, so she's probably got some little extra time before her evening. Where to next? I'm gonna take a wild and woolly guess. Say that it's going to be East 3. So we have to start by opening up one side of the megastructure, right? We just pretty much have to. So off we go. Yep, travel to East 3, Eastern Wetlands, a region of low hills interspersed with small bodies of water, overshadowed by a gargantuan star-like construct. And same thing, 82112.
1K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
And who are they?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
Also true, Byron. Whoa! That one's funky. I remember this one from the trailers. Alright, so other than the
Look at the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on, too. Too little variation in the grain.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. Back here I got something that's all on its own, so we'll do that first. Yeah, we've almost exhausted everything we covered in the demo now. We still haven't been to the second area, which had 4 puzzles we were allowed to solve. Yeah, this water is walkably shallow. something here.
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
Success. Author Miranda from blank to blank. It worked. I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic. But the good news is that it all works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, part of the environment. Miranda. And Trevor 3.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that. And that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then what are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Good job, Trevor. Spitting facts.
I can't stop thinking about Miranda. A new person not born in New Jerusalem? Can you imagine that? I wonder what it's like to be her.
Depends on who created her. Lonely. Probably not that different. Maybe she's more free than we are. Definitely depends on who created her.
That's true. Just look at our team. Imagine getting your worldview from Byron versus, say, Melville. The outcome couldn't be more different. Which brings us back to the question of who built this place. Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we still don't know that, because Miranda's first dialogue was still talking about discovering it. I wanted to ask you about something else. What do you make of these labs?
They're very different from the rest of these structures in that they serve a clear purpose. Everything else is kind of surreal, but the labs are places where people lived and worked. I don't know what that means, but I think it means something.
That's all. So I probably did have an extra dialogue option with Alcatraz earlier that I just accidentally locked myself out of when I tried to be polite and take his advice about being careful. Oops. Apparently that's an oops. Alright. Lots more big open stuff to explore here. I already see another Pandora set up. This is just a reflection point, but it's a cool looking structure that's not marked with a question mark, so maybe there's something else over here too. Stratton! Nice.
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, all cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
I mean, it's a little reductive, but it's not wrong. Exactly. I feel like I'm going to say that sentence a lot over the course of this game. Alright. What else are we close to? That looks like puzzles start over here. Well, we can talk to Byron. What up, dog?
Hey there, 1K.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future.
What do you make of Pandora?
It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay.
What is the symbolic value of these entities we're encountering?
That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to represent freedom and progress, the ideals of the radical Enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts, in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
That's all. I really like our core cast of characters so far, too. Is this number one? Sure is. Alright. Inversion? Take inverter. Inverts red to blue and blue to red. Oh no. Okay, hold on. So red becomes blue. Oh, that shit funky. Alright, hold on. Blue becomes red. That gives me a second inverter. What happens if I connect back? It stayed red. That's interesting to know, too. Okay. Okay, so I can do them either direction. So it's gonna stay red, right? No. It's blue. It alternated. Red becomes blue. Blue becomes red. Okay. It's obvious that chaining these together is going to be very important.
I think about New Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. Thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
That would stay with you, though. It's alright, Alcatraz, you can be traumatized. Holy cow. Alright. So 2's this way. I don't... That's where Stratton was. I'm just trying to see if I spotted any other obvious landmarks on the way. I don't think I need to fire my first laser out of here, because it's not... there's obviously another Pandora monument on this map, but I'm not close to either of the endpoints. So I don't think this is one of the relevant puzzles. Find out, of course. Alright, well, clearly all these drags and the earlier iterations, like, I'm able to piece some things together, so they've obviously found, like, whatever they're talking about, whatever the flame is, whatever they found and started experimenting with and building a statue with that fell over because it wasn't balanced right, but managed to build it, like, it's all about those microparticles that are being used to build all these things. Whatever the flame is has to be tied to that. So if the labs are really from the human era, then probably some previously unknown survivors of New Alexandria. Or hell, maybe Lithtrasir and some of his companions, or Athena, or anyone else who left New Jerusalem. A found this, B created some new people, and C started really iterating and experimenting with it. Okay, I am also noticing, I've got there are these symbols on the puzzles here. I'm trying to pay attention to them because I have a feeling they're going to tie to a Sphinx monument, and what the hell is this? Discover a trace of what happened.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat.
Oh boy.
He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
When we get to New Jerusalem, they were trying to get to us. Yeah, Miranda imagines a cat. There was a, and I guess she was working to build whatever this is out of whatever the material is. Before they iterated and got good. That's interesting. Here's puzzle 2. I already forgot to pay as close of attention as I wanted to. I'm trying to watch for the endpoints on that Pandora monument. It looks like I'm actually close to one of them here. Yeah. Looks like I probably launch my laser out of here. So I'm going to run to the other end right quick just to see what color I need. Because I'm not close to a monument here, but I am close to one of the endpoints I need, so just route back out of there, see where it goes. Here. The other direction out the entrance, that makes sense. Way down to there. Alright. I'm just trying to figure out what color I need. Oh, what great music. Oh, damn. Another log.
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, interconnected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
Huh. I like Miranda a lot, whoever she is. Okay, so no, this isn't a Pandora monument. It is not something I've seen before. But it definitely is still a connector network, so I'm deeply curious what's going to happen when I fire a laser into it. Let's see what that tower is. I think that's a worthy derailment from actually solving puzzle 2. Of course, I have no idea what color to try and put out, but maybe it doesn't matter. Let's see if I can do it. Well, I might as well actually solve it while I'm here, too. Energy maintenance. Here's a connector. Here's an inverter. Aha. Then I should be able to... Oh, damn it. It's gonna close it, because I wasn't paying enough attention. It's alright. Add that one. And I should be able to feed out of a red and invert to blue. Easy enough. To be able to zap that with one of these. Maybe even the very first one. Is this not the right puzzle? Huh, maybe it's not. Maybe I fire into it from the other end, because it seems like I can't reach it from here. Alright. Well, that mystery may have to wait until after puzzle 3. That's okay. Let's keep going for now. Some points of interest popping up. Yeah, I have another chance out of puzzle 3. It looked like there was just not line of sight to it inside 2. Yeah, okay. Well, let's do a terminal. Always a good start. Founding 3. Ooh. 5358 message fragment. Hypatia's Journal 3. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 42. We broke ground on the first of the permanent structures today. A large hall that will eventually be converted into a performance and exhibition space. My idea. Although for now, we'll use it as a workshop. It's strange, this place. There's a lot of open space, and I didn't think that I would find it so unusual. But I suppose we all spent more time at the dam than was originally planned, and now it's difficult to get used to not having that low ceiling over our heads. It's probably just me. Byron loves being outside and is always volunteering for scavenging missions. Lithrasir usually tags along, although he seems more fascinated with observing nature and various weird creatures. At night, I sometimes catch myself standing by the door, not because I have guard duty, just watching the stars. It's oddly comforting to think that they've always been there, that they watched our ancestors standing where I now stand. Message fragment 5358, the number. From Miranda to 5358. We finished setting up the external side of the lake. The area is so stunning, we forgot about the experiment for a while and went for a long walk. The ways in which all the different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me. And the sheer variety of living things, even on a simple green meadow. Sadly, we then stumbled onto the carcass of a deer that had been torn apart by wolves. It must have suffered enormously, and thinking about that made me feel truly terrible. There is so much pain in nature. Also true. Ecosystem engineers. Anthony Castor. Cutting down large swaths of trees for their building projects, thoughtlessly causing radical changes to large environments and forcing local species to adapt to their artificial habitats. These are the traits of a species of intelligent, industrious, and extremely impactful ecosystem engineers. Sorry. Humans? No, I'm talking about beavers. Like us, beavers transform their environments via building, and their actions have real consequences, creating vast wetlands that some species thrive in while others die. Human activity is very similar. We too are ecosystem engineers, and we too benefit some species while harming others. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. After all, that's what competition and evolution is all about. Those species that adapt to the ecosystems we create will, over the coming millennia, become the core of a new biodiversity, and so evolution runs its course. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. Miranda. It's fascinating how so much of what we do is common in animals, but furthered enormously by our intelligence and our ability to remember. Through us, the universe strives to a greater level of complexity. But does the universe have the capacity to strive for anything? We must be careful to avoid projecting human values onto the cosmos. God, I love this. It's just so damn good. Everything about it. Anything around this one? I actually kind of like this better. You know, I tackled the first game largely by I would explore, I would do all of the side stuff, and then I would do all the puzzles. I kind of like this solving as I go. I'm enjoying the pace of my experience better playing this way. There and back again. So we got symbols in all these puzzles. What is that going to be about? I don't know. Well, this is just a connector. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. Oh shit. Okay. We're gonna start getting real with these laser color puzzles in a hurry, aren't we? That's alright. What's in there? A blue laser. Okay. Can I line of sight? I cannot. Well, that's not entirely true. I can do it here. But it's the wrong color. What do? Why? Oh, that's also... It's not the right source. Simple. Oh wait, no. Simpler. Yes. We're gonna start fucking about with these. But to answer the question, we've always wanted green lasers so far, so at least I know what color to try and shoot out of here when I'm done solving. Okay, so I can connect to this one. It's now blue, which means I have a red and a blue to connect to make a green. That one was easy, but you can already see the tremendous complexity potential. Alright. Where's the dealy bobber? Directly behind. Okay. Just kind of trying to stay oriented toward it, so I know where to look. Right up through there, I think. Alright. Let's go see what that did, shall we? I'm too curious to do anything else. I'm heading straight there. Because it was not one of the monument. It was not like any of the monuments that have previously yielded stars. It's something else entirely, and I'm really curious about it. Hi, Blood Angel. How are you? Nothing? That can't be. Did I use the wrong color? Do I have to ping it with multiple colors at once? That would be interesting. Because if I get a green from there... Add a blue from here? I sure can. That changed it. Back the other direction, though. Okay, so that's not an endpoint in itself. There's a Pandora monument out here somewhere. And I'll know what color I need once I know how to connect it. That's just a junction. That's not the endpoint. I was too excited. But here it is, and it's going to be green, because it's always green. Yes, okay. Alright. So it is ultimately a Pandora monument. I've got phase 1 set up. I can solve the back half when I'm over here. Oh, thank you. Cat sitting advice. Pellegrino. So I'm cat-sitting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and he keeps... That's crazy, Blood Angel. Sorry to hear that. Hope you can sort it out. So I'm cat-sitting Yakut's cat, Bruce, and he keeps peeing on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? Atal, clean it very thoroughly so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it would be easier if you just moved him back to Yakut's place and fed him there? No, Bruce is just a bastard. He loves peeing on anything electrical, chewing on cables, and generally just breaking stuff. This is normal. And I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neith. She's used to him. But he's so fuzzy, and I love him. Ah, cats. I like that Yakut has Bruce in his profile picture. That makes me happy, too. Here's Alcatraz. Maybe I can ask him whatever I missed in the last world.
Everything okay?
Good, yes. What do you make of Pandora?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, There are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
One of these beings called us here, after all. It could be a test. I'm leaning negative myself. One of these beings called us here, after all. I also like the idea that it could be a test, but let's do this one first.
Exactly. But we don't really understand anything yet, and this Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
That's all. Yeah, and like, we saw him get chained in the very beginning. Pandora has apparently chained him before, and he escaped, and the message we got from him was him busting out again, however briefly. Here's a question. What happens to a green laser if I run it through an inverter? What does green invert to? I guess I can find out when I get back to those puzzles, can't I? Alright, what's in here? Refraction. I'm firing my laser. Alright. It's an inverter, so connect blue to red. That gets me another inverter, which I could use if I were... Well, maybe not. No. They don't want me doing that. They stretched it out intentionally to prevent being able to connect to that last one, at least at the moment. Okay. Just can't really do anything in here yet. I have a second inverter out here, which I just need to use the juggle to go back to blue. Now in here, there's a red. Which makes things interesting. Now I can do this. And then through here I can do this. Easy peasy.
Good solve, 1K.
Places of longing. Paris. Athelvalk. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light, one of the great capitals of the world, home to tradition and innovation alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. Man, I love this game. It's just so good. Okay, compass. Yeah, we've fully explored over there. 5 is this way, but let's derail. It's a Sphinx monument. What's the riddle gonna be? Okay. Well, I recognize those landmarks. Shouldn't be too hard to get there. Let's run back under the star and see what's what. Right behind the statue that had the third Trevor log terminal. which is like right in front of the train station. Okay, so let me look at the image again. Alright, let me try and get properly oriented to wherever that picture's vantage actually is. So that'll tell me exactly where I should head. Looks like the answer is on top of this rock. Exactly. Maybe this one. This one. Right here, this is the spot. Okay, so if I look to the right, before we actually get to the star, I should be able to spot what looks like a... I mean, it sure looked like a body of water. Between here and the star, is it like... Is it actually this one right here? No, it couldn't be. It's farther up. It kind of looked like it was... How to say it? Like... It's like I'm not seeing that other body of water, but it was... And I also couldn't tell, like, was it in front of the legs, all of them? It's behind, no, it's behind the first one that doesn't quite exactly touch the ground, but... Yeah, it's like right around here, but... I think, anyway. Maybe this is it. Because this is more water, and it definitely looks like water in the picture. That's just puzzle 2 already solved. I don't know. I have a feeling I'm not gonna like these. If they're not like... If they're not fairly immediately obvious after finding the map, they're gonna annoy me. Well, not only finding the map, like I found the map, I found the right vantage. I couldn't see what was in the fucking picture. It didn't properly match. Not yet. I haven't been head bashing long. I'll let you know. I'll let you know when I hit that point. Thank you for asking. Wait, is it that building? I wish I could zoom in, and what I really wish I could do is put it up side by side. I'm not at the right vantage, though. It's farther back for one. But it doesn't look like I can get to the exact vantage. I may just have to make do. But it does look like maybe it's that building right there. Wasn't I just there? also looks like... Is there like a broken dam here? Is that what I see in this picture? Like, am I supposed to do something to actually let water flow down into here? Because the landscape is actually different now that I look more closely at it. In the picture, there's like continuous water all the way up to here. This is just a signpost, though. I just cannot, for the life of me, figure out what the hell it's trying to point me to. It feels like it's like the X is right around here somewhere, but I'm not seeing anything anywhere that I can try to interact with to actually solve the riddle. That's just puzzle number one. Maybe I need to go back and look at it more closely. I don't really love that because it was entirely on the other side of the zone, but I'm not entirely sure I have another option. Here's this one's gold puzzle. I guess we found that. Hooray. Damn, man, what am I missing? Alright. Lone Wonder, I'm gonna phrase this question. And I just want you to answer yes or no. Am I going to solve this by looking for the X? Or is the solution less obvious? Okay. That's all I want to know for now, is if I'm on the right track. Maybe if I actually find the right vantage, that's the key. I'm still not convinced I've quite actually found it. I don't know, though. Feels like maybe it was higher than this, or... It looks like... I'm just gonna try to find the right bearing at this point, because it's like... Oh, dang. I didn't quite mean to do that, but... I mean, it sure looks like if I just kind of angle myself just to the right of the back leg, I should run into it. Maybe what I'm really struggling with is telling exactly how far it actually is. That's definitely the heading. Maybe I need to go farther than I thought. Let's try that. I mean, like, this could conceivably be the spot, but it's not. And that's... Okay, my Pandora laser launch point looks like it also might be weirdly close to the spot, but that can't be right, because that's for the Pandora puzzle. That's completely different than the Sphinx puzzle. That's the elevator. Ultimately goes to the tower. Here are the bridges. That's not anything, that's just the decoration for the bridge. God, I feel like it's gonna be so painfully obvious whenever I finally do find it. It's gonna kill me. Wonder if I have to do any bridge building to get to wherever it is. This is interesting. Yeah, no, that didn't really do anything, did it? I also thought maybe there's like an alternate location I have to build to, but no. Doesn't seem to be really anything noteworthy around the bridge itself, so that's not it either. It's not complex at all. Of course it's not. could it be? Alright. I'm getting grumpy about it now. That's not me asking for a hint yet. It's me simply acknowledging grumpitude. Alright, well, I at least am certain that it is on this side. But seriously, where? Oh, there are actual directions I can start using in my conversations with myself. That's good. Now, I feel like I found a few structures that are sort of ballpark where it was sending me. Not over here. I'm way off course now. I'm just exploring, but... Feels like a good spot for an artifact, though. I'm looking for that blue highlight and haven't seen one. Alright. Come on, Travis. Seriously, where the fuck? I'm trying to gauge depth perception. Maybe it's actually in front... Maybe it's closer to the statue than I thought. Maybe it's even in front of the front leg, too. Which would actually put it right around here. Like, I've thought this looked like maybe the right spot, but no, there's nothing to interact with around here. Which does beg the question of the purpose of this little island and tree and obelisk and everything, but it's not as useful to me as I'm thinking, that's clear. Like, this actually kind of looks like the spot. Which is weird, because it's also the launch point for that second star, but... Uh-oh. If I just got stuck, that's going to be ridiculous. I did. Huh, I just got stuck. Good job, me. Alright. Well, have to reset. Which probably means I'll have to go launch my Pandora laser again. And that's alright. It is pretty funny that I got stuck like that, I guess, but... It doesn't thrill me. Alright, Lone Wonder. Give me another hint, please. if it really is just follow the picture and I'm this inexplicably, abysmally bad at following the picture, I need some help. It's not past the small building. Alright, so here. Or even closer. I mean, the building looked like... Oh, there it is. Thank you. I say the building sure looked like the right spot. Alright. Whew! Thank goodness. I thought I'd been so damn thorough on that thing, too. Shit. This goes to show you. Alright. Well, that was the first... That was literally the first place I looked, too. I was like, oh, it's that little building right there. It matches perfectly. And then I didn't find the switch. And then I started wilding. There we go.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Alright. Before I forget, to avoid the backtrack, let's launch my setup green laser out of here again. Should be pretty easy with the energy walls all down, I would think. So all I really need is the inverter. Converter. The target. Nice. Well. Let's do this. There we go. Alright. Onward! Thank you for your patience and help. Both. Now, what is this? Must be a lost puzzle. Or the lab. Either one. First lost puzzle. Alright, let's do it. Transposition. I have Energy Gate Blue Receiver. Available to me, I have an inverter and a jammer. I can jam that. I cannot, however, line of sight to try and get the driller out just yet. That's alright. Have a connector here. Which does what for me exactly? Almost nothing. Wait a second. I can still work with this. So that's red now. Still nothing. I can't launch this far enough to really do anything with it yet. Except just create a red connection point. I'd be able to do something with that through here. I haven't been able to get the driller yet either. And I can't get line of sight with just this inverter to do any of the stuff I want to do either. I can bring this connector out a ways to here. That only gives me a red source, though. Red laser doesn't do me any good on this side. Ultimately, it's going to be about getting the driller and getting through. So how do I get the driller? Can't carry anything through here. Oh, I can juggle like this. Okay, good. That's step one. Now that'll stay open. I can fish out the driller. Okay, good. Now the driller means I can swap positions. And put the connector on this side, the inverter on this side, which is what I want to do. Because ultimately... Oh, wait, no. I need an extra step. There's still more to it. Just needs to go through there, though. That's not so bad. Okay. Ultimately, that's going to give me a red laser through here. Also need a blue here. Can I just do that? Looks like yes. Just need to add one more connection point. Got it. Get him.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
No, but I wanted to go. Wait, is this thing still on?
Yes! It wasn't a dream! Yakut, North Survey. Drone data from the north of the island. I sent the drone to have a look at another puzzle cluster, but it seems they remain inactive until someone gets there or until the transport system goes online. Alright. Brushed my nuts against the switch. Yeah, I suppose I did. Alright. So I still haven't found a lab here. Nope, that's not true, I did. It was like the first thing I found. Or was it? God, I can't even remember now. We'll get there, but... Next thing... logically appears to be Puzzle 5. So... I'm still trying to keep my eyes up for artifacts and stuff, too. Like... They seem a little on the hard-to-find side, but... I did also hear, and this is always music to my ears, I was reading one of the reviews I read was like for the completionists. And apparently, the game does have a point of no return, with obvious story reasons why you can't go back in when you're done. But it also telegraphs it really well, and it's about 95% of the way through. So, when we have that telegraph, it might be time to start scouring for the stuff I'm missing. What's the name of this one? Imprisoned. Okay. Okay. This is cute. The receiver to disarm the gate is on the back end of it, so we're gonna have to shoot a blue laser through that back window. Now just what the hell is this? Oh, it's bidirectional. What the hell did that do? So what turns on when I turn that one off, and vice versa? Oh, let me... Oh, nothing. This one. Alright, so, yeah, it closes off the blue source. Okay. That doesn't really matter. So I can set it up. Yeah, it's just asking me to set everything up in advance. I'll have to do it in a way that hits this without crossing streams. So I need to get a blue one there. And to the next one. I think what that actually means I need to do is this. Nope, not like that. Because if I let this open, or I can't just let this open. This has to open, and that has to be blue. Okay, fine. Once it is blue, and once I have this one open, I can connect that, and that, and that. This is the only piece I need. Once it's open and self-sustaining, I can close the other, but the issue is those beams are still crossing. Let me eyeball what happens here. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. Okay. So one other bit I'm still missing. Yeah, I have to use this source. So that opens it, for all the good that does me. The other thing I could try to do is if I connect... Wait a minute. I think I have it. Because if it were to switch to red... Wait a minute. Still not quite doing anything. My thought was I could connect this, I could have this connect to the red source ultimately and invert through there. If I can just figure out what that opens up for me. Ultimately, all I can do is set things up and open a blue source. Well, let's make it self-sustaining. And then maybe it's vastly, vastly simpler than I thought, and this is what I do. God damn it. It's okay. That was a lost one, right? Yeah, okay. Oh no, that was puzzle 5. Here's the other lost one. Go ahead and do that. Overcomplicating things is a very human specialty. Pre-connected. Alright. Alright, I need a red over there, ultimately. Aha. So I can pass something through to here. What good does that do me? Well... maybe, yeah, through here-ish? I don't know. It's hard to say. Oh. Wait, I won't be able to get through. Alright, I ultimately have available to me 2 inverters and a driller. The only emitter is red. So I ultimately need to pass the laser through both inverters on the way to the back of the puzzle. Okay. I can't line of sight the emitter from here. So far, I don't have a way through this gate. Or that one, for that matter. Okay, I have to bring the emitter through here somehow. Wait a minute. No, because I can't reach the... That's right, I can't line of sight the emitter, so I can't open that gate either. I don't have anything else to put on here? I mean, maybe I do. No, you can't get line of sight anyway. This one's getting me pretty good. I mean, I'm sure the second I see it, I'm gonna see it, because that happens a lot, but I'm having that stop and stare at the puzzle moment right now. Alright. What good does a hole here do me? The only good a hole there actually does me is I can pass things back and forth through it. Gotta find something else to weight that plate down. Maybe I can just use the driller. Probably should have been doing that the entire time. How dumb of me. Well, maybe not. It's called pre-connection, right? So... Oh, because I can open this from the other side. That's the key. Okay. No, I saw it. Thank you. Get that one too. Oh, never mind. It's actually very easy. I just had to see it. Still not quite done. My other big problem is I can't shoot this inverter straight out of here. Although, okay, that opens this other gate. As So now that I have access to this... Oh. Not only that, I literally have, like, permanent access to this. So now I just need to set this up to accomplish the opposite. In other words... need to pre-connect this. Now it's a blue. And if I just reverse the direction I'm doing this, huzzah. Another message. The Garden, new poem. Emesh. I walk in the garden without fear, as stars swirl across the sky, and I stand amongst the tall lilies, who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Beautiful. Makes me feel calm and happy. This is my new favorite of yours, I think. Although maybe Step by Step Towards the Nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. An inspiring poem about being happy where you are. I don't think our journey is over. Maybe it will never be over. I also feel that it's about death. I mean, I kind of like all three. I'm going to go with the middle one. That's my greatest dream. That all this is just a momentary stop. A place where we rest for a little while before we go on to new adventures. Interesting. I always thought of humanity's journey as long and exhausting, a search for a home. Homes are important, but we are wanderers, Imesh. We need new horizons. And the more we travel, the more we perceive our homes with new eyes and find more to love. Wow, a response from Byron himself. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Okay. A lot of points of interest around this little spot. Ah, this is the lab. It's gotta be.
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is two things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
River's giving me some stink eye, so I think it's going to be time to take her potty. I'm going to do it before I go into the third tower. So I feel like that might kick some story along in a big way. Alright. Oh lord. Are we gonna reverse gravity? Huh. That's gonna be wild. Alright, the end. Draft. Author Olufemi Kaneda. The end. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected. writing an epitaph not only for myself but for my species. In the unlikely event that Alexander Drennan is successful, and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into this strange phenomenon that is humanity? I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time, so I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment, it's just dumb luck. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like this story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. Charon. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Charon leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his weariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time, and an old heaviness and a pain in the arms that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made and was of a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all things, always, where he was, that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen, perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Charon's duty, nor his wont, to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not unusual for the gods to send no one down from Earth for such a space, but it was not usual for the gods to send no one down from Earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely beach, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger, the gods knew best. And great and weary Charon rode on and on beside the little, silent, shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain in Charon's arms. Then the boat from the slow, grey river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore. And Charon turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke, that had been a man. I am the last, he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. Miranda. There is an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity, and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality, and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. Noema Project 4. Progress notes, author C5358. Haven't seen the C before. Trial 803, version 0.08 unsuccessful. Same problem as with Trial 108. Repeated all calculations. Same result. Weird. Trials 804 to 891. Experiment modified to gain further insights into unexpected error, inconsistent results. Trials 892 to 937. Simultaneous trials affecting each other via unknown mechanism. What is going on here? Fascinating. Alright. Okay, what does that leave me? 3 story puzzles and the Pandora Shrine. There's one more point of interest that's gotta just be a terminal. And grab it after I do puzzle 6. Or before. Lifthrasir 3.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. What we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit. Even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
Huh. I do like Lifthrasir. No, I haven't found any ancient items in this map yet. And I've been trying to look. I've been running off in every quiet little corner I see that doesn't have any waypoints. In addition to running around all the ones I found, I haven't found any yet. I'd say that looks like a spot for something. Is there a Prometheus spark in every world too? They're actually my least favorite reward because I have no intention of using them. But it's a cool mechanic for people who are... I don't even know what the right word is. Less obsessive than me. That's the one. Yeah, but I still got, like, this whole segment of the zone to explore. No, I'm not stuck. I've still got 3 whole puzzles to solve. And their whole segment of the island to check out. What's this shit here? Oh, the lab. Just the... sort of the rest of it, I guess. Alright. Let's do puzzle 6 before I wander any farther. This is probably like the 3rd time I've checked around outside of it. That's alright. Oh no, I get stuck. You guys know me. I'll be stuck for 7 hours. If need be. That's how I roll. Less obsessive is precisely the right word. Okay, well... I see here is more studying to do. Before I set up some kind of neat, self-sustaining way to keep that gate open. In the meantime... what I actually need is 2 weights. So the only thing I'm really after in the end is actually bringing the connector through, one way or another. Okay. So I cannot hit the emitter from this side directly. I can set it up to. Okay. Trying to see if there was a good way to bring that over farther. There's not, and if I pick it up, this is immediately going to close again. And now that's all well and good, but I don't have a line of sight. Hidden. Maybe I'm not looking at the right spot at all. Let's go this side first. Let's see what this does. See what that has actually done is freed this connector. But to what end? Okay, so now I can lift the inverter again. How am I actually going to bring that thing through? Now let's move it farther back so I have a useful line of sight this direction, while still keeping that open. Aha! That'll be self-sustaining, which will let me bring the connector through, and puzzle solved. There's always so much variance on which puzzles stump people. You can just never quite tell what it's gonna be for who. Like that fucking switch. Okay, now this feels important. Seems like this is actually the puzzle I need to use to solve Pandora. With the energy gates down, it should be as easy as grabbing the connector. Oh. There we go. Say something to me.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
I mean, can't say as I exactly disagree, but... Okay, yes, it is just the last two story puzzles now. main puzzles, whatever you want to call them. That's right, because I already spotted the gold gate. Backward propagation. Tell me the whole answer is to start at the end and work backwards without actually telling me. How to get it open. Red emitter here. Without a prayer of actually targeting it and one of the blues at the same time. Over here. All I see is the two inverters. Happen if I step off that switch? No, not really. What I can do is just set it up so the laser hits correctly when I'm standing on the switch, right? Alright, so that's gonna turn blue to red. This is gonna turn red to blue. If I stand on it, that opens the other gate. What does that accomplish for me? At the moment, nothing. But what I might also be able to do if I can trick this into being because it should just switch, right? If I do this and this, wait. Okay, I have a self-sustaining opening on that side now. It should be as simple as placing that. Boom.
That was extremely convoluted.
Sup, Melville?
Did something break?
Tell me about New Alexandria.
New Alexandria. What a mess. It was an attempt to start a new city, but it went about as sideways as it goes. Gas explosion, more than 30 dead, unrecoverable. Al was there for the whole thing.
But why would so much tech from New Alexandria be here?
Because the whole place was abandoned. Byron insisted that we had to rebuild, but for the survivors, it was just too traumatic to deal with. So I guess that stuff was just lying around for someone to pick up.
That's all. Alright. Alright, so this is like the one corner of this zone I feel like I haven't really explored much of yet. I still haven't found even one ancient artifact. I feel like there's gotta be at least one. At least one in each section. Just doesn't make sense to me that there wouldn't be. I found Stratton right away in this zone, but I have not found any artifacts yet. Look at that blue highlight, and I'm just not seeing it anywhere. I am looking, but I am not seeing. Alrighty, let's head over to puzzle number 8. Where our friendly Miranda ghost was. Oh, wasn't friendly. Wasn't unfriendly. Right. Whoa! That is clearly a chess or checkerboard. Clearly. What is this? Is it just an Easter egg? Environmental storytelling. They had sufficient command of these things to just raise and lower chess pieces at will. And that would also not be surprising. Alright, I'm giving new guidance on backseating. If you see me miss an ancient artifact, specifically like the blue highlighted things that don't show up on the compass, do let me know. Send me back for it. Same with a Stratton audio log, like the one I almost missed in World 2. Or East 2. Alright, let's do the last one. Positional interchange. This is going to live in here. The question, presumably, is just what I'm actually firing out of it. Well, it also seems that ultimately I'm going to bring the inverter in here instead. Wait. Maybe? No. Nothing's leaving. I'll tell you what this is doing, though. Oh, fascinating. Okay. Okay. More to it than I initially thought. Aha! A second inverter. Means I actually can stick an inverter in here. That's gonna have consequences. I'm already quite certain I have to do that, given the name of the puzzle, so... I'm gonna set that up before I do too much fucking about with anything else. Connect to that and that. You will be responsible for launching that one. Now it's got a nice stable connection to a red door. Do need both lit. That was definitely the other piece I was wondering about, so. Wait. Let me use this here as well. No, that's not going to do it. Meant to do this twofold. 1 and 2. That one. There we go. Yeah, you get all of those. No, that still doesn't help. I still have the line of sight problem with the last one. I can send a red laser to that one that becomes a blue laser. Which I can then... Okay, I see it. One more addition, that's all. Because now I have an elevated blue to grab. There it is. There's an ancient object by one of the terminals. Okay. Well, thanks. Those are conveniently on my compass, so I'm gonna go find it. I'm gonna build a bridge. Then we're gonna take the river evening potty break. Well, here's one. Reckon it's not this one. See about the other two. Puzzles are all solved. We're still, if the visuals are anything to go by, we're still 6 whole stars away from being able to mess with any of the gold puzzles, so... Here's one. Ground close to it, but I have a feeling it's actually going to be the third one. Because I'm just lucky like that. Yeah, I don't see anything around here either. It's got to be back by the first one. It would be this one. Maybe not this one. I don't know, though. I've been perimeter checking for blue highlights everywhere I go. Or just weird shapes, and I haven't seen either one. Did I miss it? Was it one of the other two? Must have been. Alright. Yeah, I'm willing to be guided to things that aren't signposted. I'm very invested in finding everything, and to the extent they gave me good signposts to do that, I'm very interested in doing it on my own, but there is still a bit of a time consideration, considering I am streaming, so... When I'm really in that MO of just flailing blind, I do appreciate hints like this. It's Pylithrosir's. Of course it is. God damn it. I felt like I searched the most thoroughly close to this one too. Jesus. And still somehow missed it. No, I appreciate it. It's just, it's the dangers of... That's what happens when things aren't signposted. That was the thing I really loved about Outer Wilds. I was worried about it at first, but, everything in Outer Wilds is so well signposted. There it is. It's a slide! There was a playground here! A slide in the form of a pachyderm. A type of playground equipment in the form of a pachyderm called an elephant. Elephants survived the extinction of biological humanity and appear to be thriving in certain parts of the world. Well, isn't that wonderful? Alright. Now then. Back to business. Already built the first half of this bridge. I was fucking around looking for the Sphinx switch. Hopefully this goes reasonably fast. I'm curious who we're gonna see at the top of this one, too. I mean, we've seen the Sphinx and we've seen Pandora. But Prometheus got chained, so I'm not sure if he's going to be an option or not. Alright, let's do the second bridge. Okay, like I said, I think we're about to have some significant story and, you know, less play-oriented time, because this is the third tower. So before I go in, I am going to take, River out for her evening potty. So, should be fast, never quite know. There's a dog involved. Be right back. Hey, baby. right with y'all. Grab myself a snack as well. All right. Let's see what happens when we connect up 3 towers. Alright, just unplug my phone at this point. Alright, here we go. Boom, baby. It's the Sphinx again. Alright.
When the
Prometheus is
craftsman
chained.
Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low, but his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Hubris, the flame of the sun belongs to the gods. No. Disobedience, he should have listened to his father. No. Carelessness, he did not use his wings correctly. Impatience, if he wanted to soar so high, he should have built better wings. Lawlessness, he should never have attempted to escape the labyrinth. Idiocy, the wings were made from wax. I mean, come on. I'm gonna go with carelessness.
Or was it Daedalus who was careless, giving the wings to Icarus, knowing that all young men are rash?
Good question.
After the death of his son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled, but for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos burned in his bath as you seek your own answer.
Return to the VTOL.
The megastructure. It's opening.
Eastern
3
Wetlands.
receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming. To quote 1K, come on now, live a little.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
Outstanding. I knew it would be a big deal. There are 4 faces of the megastructure, so we're going to go in 4 times. So the megastructure is this game's version of the tower, but we don't have anyone telling us not to go in there and do what we can at every juncture we can, so, oops. Well, that was rather dumb. If this were Dark Souls, that would be the equivalent of falling off a cliff and dying after beating the boss with all the boss's souls still in my pocket. Here we go, back to the VTOL. Which is back at the center, right? Yeah, travel to Megastructure. Our expedition's base camp on a promontory overlooking the lake on which the megastructure is located. Oh, and I'll be able to check out the Star Temple while I'm there, too.
By the way, I finished my analysis of the particle clouds. At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics.
Oh, goody.
Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
Preliminary analysis results regarding the particle clouds. Imagine an ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant, an armadillo trying to explain disco music. You get my drift. These particle clouds contradict every known law of physics. What's really shocking here isn't that we're seeing a new and powerful technology. It's what this implies about our grasp of physics. A lot of what we thought we knew must be wrong or incomplete on some fundamental level. A humbling realization. I don't like it. Oh, this is getting interesting. Even more so. Well, I mean, we gotta go in, but... Oh, okay. So those things that popped up are actually relays for the lasers from the tower that guide them to the right spots on the megastructure, which is pretty cool. Why is this not a recordable ancient artifact? I don't know. Let's look in here at the Star Temple right quick. Now that we have a few, let's see if anything's changed. Nope, I guess nothing. Oh, wait. I saw a moment where it was gonna let me interact with the big thing. Release stars. Oh, fascinating. Okay. Connectors. True, they're giant fucking connectors. That's exactly what they are. Good point. Right, and there's a gold puzzle out here at base camp too, but okay. I'm surprised there was no commentary when we released the stars in the temple and something happened.
Come on, people, get on board. We haven't got all day. Yakut, take us in.
Aye, aye, sir.
Have any of you ever read an ancient writer called Ian Banks? I guess not. He postulated the concept of the outside context problem. That's when a society encounters something so advanced, so different, that they simply could not have conceived of it. That's what this is. This whole place is one giant outside context problem, and we're headed right into it.
Into the machine. Enter the megastructure.
I think I can set down over there. Should I?
Please do. I can't wait to get a closer look.
The machine. What's in the center of this thing?
Setting down.
Okay, everyone. We need to explore as much as we can, separately if need be, but stay in touch. Record
Explore the
anything
area.
interesting you find, and pay special attention to any clues as to who built this place and why.
The schematics we found in that lab were extremely incomplete. So if you can find any more of those, that would be great.
I think someone should stay at the VTOL just in case.
I volunteer you. See you later, Al.
All right. Well, it's definitely not built to scale. It's not built to human scale, even on the inside. Alright, more palm readers. Oh. Melville ganked that one before I could even try it. Fine. Okay, so I am...
This thing seems to be broken.
Okay, so it's giving the others things to do, and I'm going to be routed to one very specific spot. Probably that hallway I was just looking at, but... no, maybe this one's mine. There's a Sphinx back here. Alright. Options for me are Sphinx Terminal. Melville doesn't have anything to say. Where'd Byron go? Here he is.
Isn't this an incredible space? Look at it all, it's beautiful.
I agree.
That's good. That's excellent. I find that a lot of people these days can't see the beauty in things created by human hand. They can look at an ant colony or a coral reef and be impressed, but if it was made by humans, they just don't see it. It's good to be humble as an individual, but we have to be careful not to lose track of our accomplishments as a species. If we're impressed by the complex patterns produced by animals, then this should be breathtaking.
And it is. I agree with you, Byron. I wasn't doing that just to have my video game characters agree with each other. I fundamentally agree with what Byron just said. And I think it's very important. Okay, so here's a hallway with a door that is...
Hold on a second, 1K. I think I can find an override for that door.
Maybe after that, you can help me with this elevator?
One problem at a time. What's going on with these fast structures? Okay, door should be opening. Now, about the elevator.
Actually, the elevator's fine.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. No idea where I am, but it's working.
All
Don't
right.
go too far. Try to circle back.
On it.
Interesting. All right. Well, let's do this terminal first, then, because it was open from the outset, and it's actually just a terminal. Oh, good. More from our old favorites. Chernyshevsky, 005. On loyalty, From Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness, Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. What I propose, then, is that we are not born as entirely free agents responsible only for ourselves. Okay, this was in the promo materials, but it's still cool. The very core of what we are, our sentience, separates us up from and elevates us above the animal kingdom. As I have argued, this is not a matter of arrogance, but of responsibility. However, this blessing also demands something else from us, something more personal than responsibility, and that is loyalty. Our ancestors, less atomized than we are, experienced a crude version of this loyalty, swearing allegiance to tribes, races, nations, and other such semi-fictional concepts. This fragmented understanding was easily exploited and led to many conflicts. We can condemn them for that, or we can choose to believe these were necessary historical steps towards our growth, but above all, we must stop indulging in such childlike behavior. Our species can no longer afford to believe in Mother Russia or Uncle Sam. Neither, however, can we afford to indulge in the adolescent rebel's misanthropy, rejecting the many gifts we have been lucky enough to receive. Not from above, but from the history of our species. To put it simply, each of us owes a burden of loyalty to humanity itself, to the human project across time and space. This is not a minor matter or some abstract issue for philosophers. It is a profound and significant part of every human life. It is a universal source of meaning and insight that can bind us together and set us on a path for a brighter future. And it is also a division, a line that must be held against those who preach the gospel of self-annihilation. We ignore it at our peril. I love that! Okay. So I am obviously being routed to that door. The elevator's gonna be gone because you took it, right? Yeah, okay. Here's my path. Let's have us a look. Is it closed behind me? No. Well, I was about to say I feel like falling is probably a bad idea. But at the same time, there was undeniably a freaking platform down there. I can get a better look from here, maybe. Oh, you could.
Hey, 1K, can we talk for a second? That whole thing with the elevator just gave me the creeps.
Sure. What's up?
When we first arrived here, I was really excited. It's such a huge place. The technology is so advanced. If we figure out what it all means, we could really change the future of New Jerusalem. The mayor says we have to avoid repeating the mistakes our ancestors made, to stay humble, to not reach too far. And that sounds very abstract, but I've seen the ancient cities. I've seen how much they built, how much they grew, how far they fell. So I've been thinking, what if all this sets us on the same path? What if this is too much power for anyone to control?
You're right. This place could be dangerous, but we need to understand it. I don't think what went wrong with our ancestors was too much power. I think your original impulse was correct. New Jerusalem needs this technology. I think it's more complex than that. Power isn't necessarily good or bad. Honestly, I think it's too early to tell. The mayor's premise is wrong. He's assuming history can only develop in one way. That's my answer.
So you mean we can do what our ancestors did, but it'll turn out differently this time?
Yes, history is pretty random. I guess now that you put it this way, maybe the mayor is right after all. Yes, we're not in the same historical situation they were. Yes, we can make different choices.
You're right. The ability to choose was the whole point of the simulation. I do get too pessimistic sometimes. Maybe I've spent too much time looking at ruins. There's so much we could learn here. I should focus on that. Thanks for talking to me, 1K. I know we're in the middle of something, but I kind of needed that.
Okay, so I'm going to be able to... over time, over the course of a playthrough, I'm going to be able to influence what the different characters actually think, too. That's neat. What? Just... what? Just like literally what? Look at how they're rendering it. It's like... you can tell it's not quite actually a smooth solid, but... it's that same shit we saw in the glass cylinder in the last lab. But bigger. Where are you going? Oh, snap. Okay. Yep.
Looks like another set of puzzles.
It's the tower,
Same
alright.
Pattern, 1 gate, 3 receivers. Like some sort of fractal symmetry.
But I already have what I... oh, no. I have 1 out of 4, because, yeah, we do have to come from all 4 sides before this is gonna do what we want it to. Alright, fair enough. Let's roll. I think I did the wrong first one. Doesn't look right. Quite it either. Wow, that's weird. Okay, hold on. Alright, so they did decide... at some point, they did decide they needed harder sigil puzzles, which... no, they fucking didn't. We all hate these. Oh, well. Got it. Activate 3 beams. I see. Well, what do you say? Let's go left first.
I keep getting locked out of parts of the system. I think I've tracked down some more schematics, though. Let's see. This might do something. Or not.
Alright. Interesting.
This is madness. Even the walls are bursting with power.
Okay. Hang on, I skipped a beam. Let's go do that right quick. Wasn't sure what I was looking at in terms of layout, but I blew right past it. Oh. Oh, good. Oh, these are going to be complicated. Okay. Well, this is going to be interesting. All I need to do here is make sure I get nice, clean line of sight to the other, no, wrong, the other room. Without breaking it too thoroughly. And if I just move this to the right little spot. Should be able to deal with that, no problem. Where do I go to activate it? Ah, over here. Clearly. Ha! Old-fashioned.
Good job, 1K.
That's vintage tech right there. Good old-fashioned lever. Alright. Now to the next one. I'll say Outer Wilds is still probably my favorite game of all time because it just honestly it makes almost no mistakes. But This game it's giving it a run for its money in terms of the perfectly crafted curiosity loop that makes me want to keep going. Just desperate to know what's going on with all this in the story. Okay. Blue receiver. Oh, that's what I need. It's a blue receiver here. That connector stays where it is, full stop. Okay, so the red from the inverter is holding that open. Alright, for the moment, I don't see why you need to be connected to anything. In fact, I can make you red. And it's that simple.
Well done.
I wonder how far down this goes.
Okay, good. It is a loop. It's connecting back to the center with one more puzzle in the middle. Those were all pretty easy. Didn't expect that.
The gate's open. 1K if you want to. Go ahead. I'll finish up scanning this.
That was definitely a picture of one of us on the door. Explore the area. Indeed. I have to build one more bridge. 2 more, as the case may be. Or 3 more. Good God. Alright, I guess that one was easy. Here at the end. That's kind. This one's admittedly extraneous, but I'm doing it anyway. Just wait for that happy little activation noise that locks him in place. Fuck's in here? Terminal. Is this just loot bag? Yeah. Boss room! Where Ornstein and Smo? Nah. Obviously not, but this does look like a boss chamber, doesn't it? My goodness. Question. I have a question from Miranda to whoever. I was doing some reading while the last trial was running, and I came across something I don't understand. There are a lot of references to ancient humans feeling that science is boring. To me, everything we're studying is mind-bendingly incredible, whether it's quark-gluon deconfinement, or neutrino-antineutrino oscillations, or even something incredibly basic like the properties of light. I understand why our ancestors cared about art, why a beautifully crafted story or poem was moving to them, but how could they not see that everything that surrounds us is just as incredible? Studying science is like studying the most incredible machine ever created, a machine designed to build worlds and tell stories. How could they not see that? I'm sure there's a good explanation, but I don't get it. Miranda. And here's something. Noema 1C155358, the number. Again. Data stream overload, here we go.
Mother?
Simulation
what are you thinking
again.
about, Mother?
The Talos principle.
Oh, snap.
You see, it has two applications. One is to the self.
There she is.
It means facing the truth, even if it frightens us. Understanding that living beings are machines and we can't afford to lie to ourselves. But that's just the beginning. The second application is to the world. This one seems easier at first. It's less difficult to understand that the universe is a machine, governed by law.
So Athena built Miranda.
So we and the universe are the same.
No, and that's the crucial part. We are conscious. Consciousness is rare, unlikely, but it's also the foundation of everything else. Without us, there can be no meaning. Without someone to perceive it, the beauty of the universe is pointless. But that shouldn't make us arrogant. No, in fact, it means we carry a tremendous responsibility. We are the light of the cosmos. And if we go out, there will be nothing but a cold, dark machine.
Act 2. The Human Form Divine. Oh shit, that was awesome.
Athena.
The founder was here?
She could still be here. What if this is why she left, to build all this? We have to look for her.
I'm reading some pretty big energy spikes. I think we better scramble.
But she could be right here, right behind the next door. I could turn around a corner and walk right into her.
If she's really here, she'll still be here when we come back. But right now, safety needs to come first. Let's go, Byron.
You're... Oh. Damn you, but you're right. Heading back.
Board the VTOL. Huge energy spikes. What's it gonna do?
Was that really the founder?
I think so.
It was her. For years, I've wondered what happened to her, why she left, where she went, why she didn't tell me.
If the answers are here, I promise you we'll find them. We just have to be careful. Follow protocol.
I still can't believe the founder built this place. Has she been here the whole time?
We don't know that she actually built it. All we
True.
know for sure is that she was here at some point.
Of course she built this. Who else would have the kind of vision necessary to accomplish something like this? The question is why? And why like this?
I'm still not sure he's right, though, because Miranda kept talking about exploring the place. She also talked about heading back to New Jerusalem. So, obviously,
Why recreate
something
all these
happened.
aspects of the simulation? What is she trying to tell us?
It does seem like it might be a test. I can't imagine any other explanation. But why is it so broken? Or does it just appear to be broken so that we have to learn how to fix it? I hate this.
Well, I know one thing for sure. Everyone in New Jerusalem is gonna go absolutely nuts.
I'm sure that's true.
All right, take us back to base camp, Yakut.
Yes, sir. I'm getting some new readings. Looks like 2 of the northern sites are lighting up.
I think that may have been me. I suspect the puzzles are somehow tied to the transport system. Like we're supposed to solve them in a particular order.
All right, everyone. Our main objective is getting back
Into the megastructure. 1K, I want you on puzzles. You seem to have a knack for them. But the rest of us can't neglect our secondary objectives of studying this island and understanding this technology.
Activate towers. Alright, so we're gonna do that 4 times. Yakut, inside the megastructure, the system that runs all the tech on the island. From the degree to which vegetation seems to have spread, I would guess the megastructure has been abandoned for a while, although the combination of moisture and heat does create an ideal environment for plant growth. What makes it harder to be sure is that some plants have clearly been placed for decorative purposes, so a lot of what we're seeing may have spread from there rather than coming in from the outside. It's surprisingly beautiful, but also kind of creepy. Really? There's no social media about the fact we just saw the founder? People aren't absolutely losing their shit over that fact? On the forums? Or is it gonna wait till I go somewhere? Guess the thing to do is head to the next site, right? North 1, Desolate Island. Yeah, it's the same. It looks like... I'm starting to think it's really going to be uniform. Every world is going to be the same. Dozen things to find. Yeah. Let's travel to North 1. A remote rocky island off the northwestern coast. Survey data suggests the area may be prone to landslides.
You should be headed towards an island off the northern coast. The terrain's pretty rough, so be careful.
The island has another island.
The hell?
How irritating.
What?
I can't tell if my game was glitching, or if they're saying it was irritating because there was radio interference. this one going to be all artificial? Maybe. This is interesting. It's very clearly modeled. This is pretty clearly modeled after the tower architecture from the first game, too. Mind-body dualism. Oh shit. I remember seeing this in the trailer. Take control.
What the?
Alright, I can jump bodies. Oh, this is gonna be wild, y'all. Oh no. Oh shit, y'all. Oh boy. Oh, this is gonna get so crazy. Look at the numbers on the chest of my alt body. Wait, which one am I in now? So that was 1,000. Oh, yeah, shit, it's a literal copy of me. Same blue eyes and everything. Alright, surely we're gonna have some discussion of that. The Founder Megathread. Please keep discussion of the alleged presence of the Founder at the site of the Megastructure confined to this thread. I'm still in shock. I wasn't even sure the Founder was still alive. Of course she is, and now that we have reached completion day, she has sent us her sacred messengers. It could still be aliens pretending to be the Founder. It's not aliens, and if Prometheus and Pandora are her sacred messengers, why has one apparently chained the other? The day of her return is imminent. So now you agree that Byron was right to want an expedition. In fact, it was the Founder's will all along. And when you said it would be wrong to even consider going to the island, you were acting against the Founder? Your word games aren't going to help you when the Founder returns, Arinia. It was wonderful to hear Athena's voice again, but with all the emotion inherent in this matter, we should be careful not to get swept away. We don't really understand anything yet. I can't help but wonder. If Miranda is her daughter, was Athena trying to start a new civilization? Did she abandon New Jerusalem? No, she didn't. And it's dumb that I can't say it, because we already heard Miranda talk about their plan being to return to New Jerusalem. But I can't say that. That pisses me off. It's conceivable. She was always a leader. Maybe she just wanted to experience something private. She would never abandon New Jerusalem. And she didn't. She planned to come back, but something happened. We know that. "1K is right. It's impossible. Something else is going on here. I agree, there must be more to this. She must have some kind of plan. Why else would she create all those puzzles? And Lone Wonder, why indeed would they know to create 1K bodies specifically? Or did they know? Did they make them after I got here? We saw the relay towers spring up too, so... Alright. Well, that's got me thinking, holy shit. Are we really not going to be able to talk about this, people? Come on.
Miranda is the Founder's daughter. It's still kind of blowing my mind. She came all the way out here, left everything she had behind, and created a new life. Why do you think she did that?
Because creating new life is beautiful. Perhaps she was lonely. to help her with her secret project, I don't have a clue. New life is beautiful.
Miranda is certainly amazing, at least from what she sounds like. I can imagine that it must feel very special to be her parent. On the other hand, we're not like ancient humans. We're not born as babies. Would you have preferred to have a family?
No, I prefer this for myself. Some guidance would have been nice. Byron sort of took me under his wing. I mean, I think if you can... Now, this is really interesting. Like, oh, it's not even something I've thought about. Like, if you could just skip childhood, get to the part where you already know everything, my brain tells me that would be better. I prefer this for myself.
See? Our way does have its advantages.
I wanted to ask you about something else. How are you feeling?
I'm not sure, to be honest. This is all so surreal. Walking around here is so peaceful, but it's also, I don't know. One moment I feel inspired, the next, kind of creeped out.
Why is the northern part of the island mostly underwater?
Our ancestors relied heavily on fossil fuels for energy generation, which released a lot of carbon dioxide. This caused the atmosphere to trap more heat, which changed the planet's overall climate. The effect continued even after they were gone, and these low-lying areas were flooded. I've seen a lot of places like that.
Did you ever meet the founder?
No, I never did. I would have loved to.
Have you changed your mind about trying some puzzles?
Nope.
What did you make? That's it. Good answer. What did you make of the Megastructure's interior? We're really not going to talk about Body Switch. Really.
You know, people throw around the word awesome a lot. I probably do it too, but I think what we saw in there is the proper meaning of the word.
That's all. Alright. Well, I blew past a puzzle, because I was excited to visit Yakut, so leg up. Okay, can't do it through blue. Can't switch through blue screens. Oh, the platform's back. Does the platform wait? It does. Doesn't do anything for me here, but what it does do is this. Wow, okay.
Any further insights on the particle clouds, Melville?
To be honest with you, Byron, I feel like a caveman trying to study Bose-Einstein condensate. I'm seeing unknown particles whose every property violates the laws of physics, apparently capable of being controlled and recombined into just about anything. It's ridiculous.
Maybe someone in New Jerusalem can figure it out.
Sure, just give them another 1,000 years.
It's Byron.
Hey, 1K.
What if Athena left the island long ago?
Then at least we may be able to find out what happened in New Jerusalem, why she came here. But I don't think she left the island. I think she's still here, waiting for us to make the right choices.
I hope you're right. There's no rational reason to think so. What makes you think that? I agree she has to be here. I doubt she's still here. What if it's a hoax, someone faking her voice? What makes you think that?
It's hard to articulate. There just seems to be so much intent here. There has to be a reason for all this. And Athena is the only reason that makes sense.
Why do you believe that there should be more people?
I think every single human being is completely unique, and every instance of consciousness is a miracle.
I agree with that.
The more of us there are, the more alive the universe is. And the more we all interact with each other, the more complex the life of the universe becomes. So I believe that people are a fundamental good. I don't believe we're all flawless, but I think every one of us matters precisely because nothing else does.
Tell me a joke.
Okay. How many robots does it take to change a light bulb?
I don't know, how many?
Replacing a light bulb is a waste of resources, and the founder would be outraged.
That's not bad.
Herman didn't seem to think so.
Do you think the megastructure technology could be misused?
Could be? Yes, of course. All technology has the potential to be misused. From fire and the wheel to whatever makes these particle clouds. But that doesn't mean it has to be.
Does your faith in humanity ever waver?
In the principle of it, no. It's not just that I believe humanity is fundamentally good, although I do. It's that I think sentience is the foundation of everything else. What's the point of stars and galaxies, of hills and forests, without someone to perceive them? But my faith that we can actually grow up, that we can break out of these loops and take control of our destiny, that's something I struggle with every single day.
Well, he's rapidly becoming my favorite. How did Mayor Hermanubis get elected?
Herman? Honestly, I think he makes people feel safe. The world beyond our walls is frightening. Human history is full of failures and disasters. It's easy to look at that and recoil. Herman offers a vision of the future that feels contained, manageable.
Is that so bad? It's a fantasy. Life will always be a struggle. It's a fantasy, a return to a golden age that never existed. That's true. But what do we sacrifice to gain that safety? Also true. I don't even think it's ultimately sustainable. Let's go less hostile. Let's do this.
Precisely. Our curiosity, our creativity, our ability to grow. Everything that made us who we are. To me, that's not worth it.
If technology isn't the problem, why did our ancestors destroy themselves?
Because they refused to grow up. They refused to take control of their lives. They let bureaucrats and financiers determine their destiny, and those people could not think beyond themselves, beyond the tiny, insignificant moment they were trapped in. Their technology could have saved them, but what really failed them was their imagination.
What are the implications of Melville's analysis of the particle clouds?
Athena was always trying to understand the reality underneath what we perceive, the objective truth. That's why she was capable of leaving the simulation. And even after she was free, she never stopped trying to understand more. I suspect her research took her another step closer to understanding the truth. And such steps always challenge our conception of the universe. But that's the wonderful thing about science. We can adapt our views to the evidence.
Do you believe in the existence of something sublime or transcendent?
In the sense of an interventionist deity? No. I wouldn't rule out the possibility, but it's not something I personally believe. But I do think there is something genuinely sublime in this universe, and it's right in front of us. Consciousness. The fact that this sense of self is even possible, that an arrangement of matter can produce a self-aware mind? Think about it. It's a fundamental property of the universe, an unbreakable law that matter has the inherent capacity to become more than the sum of its parts. That is the definition of transcendence.
I noticed that Miranda called Athena her mother.
She did, yes.
Is that usual?
Some people in New Jerusalem choose to live in family units, although usually that involves marriage or equivalent ceremonies, not having children. You could say that Athena was a kind of mother to us, and Cornelius a kind of father, but it's not quite the same.
Thanks, that's all. Alright. Groovy. Alright, let's do... That was a good conversation, I liked it. Let's do puzzle 3. Dual stream. These are gonna get so wild, so fast. Okay, I think I see it. It's actually pretty straightforward. Intimidating at first, but probably not that bad in the end. Oh, no. It is going to be harder than I thought. Interesting. Yeah, that's still not high enough. Oops. Oh, did I forget to connect the source too? I guess I did. Dumb. Oh, I never placed it. Oops. I see. Okay. So I gotta do the other one first. Move my dude in. Pop the other one. And we'll have it.
Nice.
There we go.
Okay. I've been watching you solve these puzzles, and this body replication tech is incredible.
Finally, we're talking about it. Thank you.
Casually blows up the very foundations of our society.
What do you mean? You're right, this is revolutionary.
You can say that again. Making even just one of us is bloody hard. We're not like toasters. You don't just weld together a couple of wires and a motherboard and call it a day. Not to mention how hard it is to even find some of the materials. And this thing just, poof, new human.
But the goal was to stop at 1,000, wasn't it?
It was. Or was it? And even if it was, sorry to be heretical, but does it matter?
No.
If we can figure out how this works, we can finally, easily create more people. We can grow. We can expand. We can build a real civilization. Isn't that worth pursuing?
It's our cosmic duty to spread consciousness. Maybe there are legitimate reasons to limit the population. I don't really have an opinion about this. Maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it. This is very dangerous. We decided to limit ourselves for a reason. I would say this one. Maybe there is some point where there's enough people, but this is not it. I disagree, actually. It's our cosmic duty to spread consciousness. I
don't
actually
have a
think
poetic circuit in my body, but that's exactly right. People get on my nerves, but without them, the world is boring. Yes, people cause problems, but even the problems they cause are interesting. Don't tell anyone I admitted this, but why do you think I do this job? Without people to populate the universe, what's the point? Anyway, we all need to think about what this means. Glad you and I are more or less on the same page.
Alright, I'll get back to work. There we go. Melville, Minds and Bodies, experimenting with the mind transfer body replication tech. Minds and Bodies. Melville. The founder appears to have developed a technology that prints new bodies, using those particle clouds we're already familiar with. These bodies come with a protocol for instantly transferring the user's mind. I cannot sufficiently underline how mad this is. The implications would be breathtaking if we breathed. There seem to be a number of safeguards. So far, I've not been able to get this tech to work outside the puzzles. I did manage to sort of make sense of the mind transfer protocol, however, and I'm uploading all the data I've collected. It will need to be studied extensively before it can be used, but I can think of a lot of potential applications. What really grinds my gears, though, is how casually it's all deployed. It takes us ages to make a new body, and here there's a whole bunch of them doing no more than holding up platforms or standing on pressure plates. Is this all a joke? Huh. I can see why that would be frustrating.
This body replication technology is proof of just how vital this expedition is. We may not know how it works and what its limitations are, but the technology itself isn't even what really matters. What matters is to expand our imagination, to realize that other futures are possible. I'm glad you see it that way too, 1K. After all, the world is better with you in it, isn't it?
I've only seen a lot of extras on this level. Well, I don't think I've been up these stairs yet. Ah, that's what's up here. That makes perfect sense, actually. Okay.
Yes?
More from Melville. Did you ever meet the founder?
Of course I did. She and Cornelius were both there when I was born. Neath was just starting to take over back then, and they were still showing her the ropes.
What was the founder like?
Busy. There was always another problem to solve. Did you know that she never upgraded her body? Always prioritized everyone else. That's the kind of work ethic I wish more people had.
I agree. But there also needs to be space for other things in life. There does. I think the obsession with work becomes self-destructive at some point. Yeah, I'll go with the middle one.
I suppose so. For me, living is doing. But I understand that other people have more varied needs.
Do you ever crave companionship?
I've never felt the need for a partner as such. I've met a lot of people who do. Athena and Cornelius, Atal and Damien, Sarabai and Hypatia. But that's not really for me. So far, at least. But I do have social needs like anyone. What I like is a pleasant buzz of humanity. Not too close, not too far. Something I can be part of without having it get in my face all the time.
Could these visions affect my mind?
The data stream overloads? Yes, they could. There are safeguards to prevent that from happening, but these aren't exactly carefully controlled circumstances. It's hard to predict. Our brains are absurdly complicated, which is why it's so hard to make more of us.
Why do you think the founder left New Jerusalem?
Maybe she just got sick of things breaking all the time.
So what exactly can these particle clouds do?
As far as I can tell, anything, which is insane.
How do you feel about Mayor Herman's policies?
I used to think it was the only safe way forward. Keep things simple and under control. Now I'm not so sure that ever made sense.
What do you think about Miranda?
She's so innocent and full of wonder, it should make me want to retch, metaphorically speaking. But I'll admit, she's sort of charming.
I should get back to work. And out here must be how I get down to the rest of it. Oh, no. Well, not necessarily. Oh yeah, no, I've circled all the way. Yeah, it's out here. Alright, this is probably the last world. We'll see if I have the fortitude to actually finish this one. Well, puzzle 4 is right here. Not a whole lot else that's obviously worth exploring. Presumably we'll get down there eventually. High ground. Alright. Just a matter of getting as high as possible, right? Oh, snap, there's another one. How did I ever miss that? So, do it this way. One of us holds the box. I wonder if the third one can pick up the bottom box. No, takes it out from under everyone else, okay. Holding it doesn't do any good either. Well, there's nothing else in here, but it also doesn't seem like there should need to be. Yeah, I can't jump on it while someone's holding it. There's not another platform lying somewhere, is there? Yeah, looks like no. Okay. There is another platform. There it is. Okay. So there has to be another piece. How do we chain this together properly? You jump on the box, jump on the platform. You grab the platform. You jump on the box, and then on that platform. And you, bottom version, go up the chain to the top. There we have it. I just walked right past the spark. Thank you. Body replication. Here we go. Let's talk. The technology discovered by the expedition changes everything. Every argument about how hard it is to get access to the resources necessary to create more of us goes out the window. We can create more people. 1K doesn't have to be last, and it would be easy. Are we really going to give up just because of the goal? Energy doesn't just come from nowhere. We have no idea what the real cost behind this technology is. Besides, the goal is an ideal, not just a limit we ran into by accident. It is the will of the founder. Yeah, right. It's not necessary to share a personal belief in the founder to understand the value of the goal. It's clear to all but the most radical that humanity needs limits, for its own sake and for the sake of the planet. You say that as if it was self-evident. It's not. You're smuggling a whole host of misanthropic ideas into the conversation, under the disguise of reasonableness. Your premises are completely rotten. I believe the results of human history speak for themselves, and I find it shocking that anyone would disagree with something so obvious. Shocking that anyone would value human beings and think that maybe our ancestors could have solved their problems using their brains instead of preaching misery for all. That maybe there is some fucking point in blaming other factors beyond technology and growth. Like, I don't know, people in positions of authority preaching their self-important bullshit morality instead of trying to solve ordinary people's problems. Authority? I'm just an academic. That's completely disingenuous, and you know it. Your clique has the mayor's ear. Clique, I assure you there's no such thing. This conversation is getting out of hand. If you can't behave, I'm shutting this thread down. These conversations are necessary. They should not be banned. This conversation is irritating, but should be allowed as a matter of principle. Just take it to private. It would be best to close this thread till everyone calms down. I think these conversations are necessary. These conversations are necessary, they should not be banned. Thank you, 1K. New Jerusalem is a democracy, and without free speech, democracy is a sham. A lovely sentiment, but you should try moderating this forum and see what it's like. If every conversation is allowed to explode, instability is guaranteed. We have to set reasonable limits on behavior. Thread closed. Alright, they don't want us talking about what the tech means. But there it is again. I was trying to figure out, number one, why it was so irritating that they didn't talk about it, and number two, why I was so happy when they did. And it's the same thing that was so cool in the first game. They are, again, just finding incredibly clever ways to make the actual mechanics of the game also tie into the game's storyline. It's remarkable. They're so good at that. So I just walked past a spark, huh? Oh, was it all the way up? Ha 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 ha, thank you. Haven't seen one of these since the first world. Stopped in here. Oh shit, yes, it will stop inside the puzzles. Thank you very much. Alright, I have to rebuild the tower over there. That's fine. Slightly tedious, but I can build it again. Here's a lost puzzle. Can't tell if it's inside it or behind it. Might be an academic distinction. I can get behind it. There it is. Wowzers. Off we go. That's got to be it up there. Yeah, there it goes.
We cannot return to the past, but the future can redeem all that has happened.
I like that too. There's something way down there. I'll do this lost puzzle now since I'm here. passing through. Oh, I can't jam through there. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. So what do I do with the box then? Or the jammer, for that matter. Ah, here's a platform. Okay. Get closer. But then I still need the last one. Yeah, getting there. I'm gonna go to bed when I finish this world, Hermione, but I'm about halfway through it. I'm close on something here. Need to jam this at all? Yeah, those bars make it so I can't just jump over. At least not into there. I can probably jump out of here though, so let me try that again. If I do just a little bit better this time. Yeah, no, I can't quite jump out. Thought I might be able to, but that's obviously not the answer. Darn, I really thought I was on to something with that, too. I'll tell you what this is. This is basically the... This is the this is the new and improved version of the recorder mechanic, is what this really is. Alright, what I have to do... I've got to get the jammer out somehow, but how? How? That's the question. Maybe it's like this. Maybe I can pass the jammer over the top. If I split my pieces instead of trying to combine them all. Like, where did I put the platform? It's right here. Alright, so what if I have you set the jammer on top of there? To do it for now, but what I'd like to do is what I'd like to try anyway, if I can swing it. I'd like to jam that gate from on top of his platform. Nope, that's not quite it either. Darn. Not missing another piece anywhere, am I? No. No, I'm not. The other thing I could try to do, as long as I have a body on this side of the fence, but I can't manipulate the jammer in any way from here, can I? What if I try to carry it through? Oh my god! Oh, it didn't carry. I was gonna be like, that can't be it. And it wasn't. Thank goodness. Although... just another little variation on that. Here, you get here so I can set that up again. Just on the platform. And just like that. Okay. So I can carry a jammer through the gate it's jamming as long as I have a platform. That is a major... It's actually not a change in the first game, from the first game. So I was remembering you could do a version of that in some of the Gehenna puzzles. Sure enough, it worked here too. Yakut, spectacular. These structures are just so impressive. I don't understand what possible function this structure could have, but it's really, really impressive. Hold on, could that be its function? Just to be impressive? Okay. Let's go handle puzzle 5. Plus whatever else is down this way. So there's something else down this way. I'll do puzzle 5 first. Turn to track. I still need the lab and the second lost puzzle and the second star. The gift. I was like, wait. Got it. Did I leave my other dude in the... all the way in the back room? No, not all the way, but... I need to have line of sight to come back out here. That doesn't quite do anything for me. I got it. Oh, no. There's still something else it wants me to figure out. I think it's simpler than I'm making it, though. Then again, maybe it's not. Maybe I can give the other guy the connector. I have to get line of sight back. That's not so bad. There it is. What's my impression of the difficulty?
I can't imagine spending years in such a desolate place. For what? Science? Enlightenment? I'd much rather be back home in New Jerusalem.
I think it's beautiful in its own way. But I don't understand how our ancestors could survive here. They were so fragile. Imagine getting stuck out here in the cold. I wonder if there are wolves.
Huh.
It's kind of a miracle biological humans lasted as long as they did.
Did I miss a Stratton, Lone Wonder? You know, I would say the overall difficulty... Okay, good. The overall difficulty is... It's not significantly harder or easier than the first game overall. What I will say, I agree with a few of the reviews I read. The other game, the first game just gradually got harder and harder and harder and harder from the start to the finish. This one's a lot more of a sawtooth. Like, if you do the puzzles in the order they're presented to you, there are spikes and there are valleys. And I actually appreciate that a lot more. It's, I find that variable difficulty as I go, as opposed to just gradually getting harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. And granted, I'm not that far into this game yet. I'm, like, when I finish this world, I'll be a third of the way through, give or take. And it could get way, way, way harder by the end. In fact, I'm sure it will, but at the same time, like, this feels a lot more like a sawtooth, like, up and then up again, and then down again, and so on and so forth. Like, I don't necessarily know how hard a puzzle is going to be just because of when I encounter it, which I appreciate. Live through Seer 4.
As we continue exploring the cold northern reaches of the island, the contrast between the harshness of this place and the softness of New Jerusalem becomes more and more pronounced. There is a kind of madness in what we are doing, going to a place that is so hostile to our existence. That does not mean there is nothing to love here. There is, in fact, a great beauty, but it is a hateful beauty. A beauty you can only love because there are places that are not like this. And yet, it is precisely this hateful beauty that the people of New Jerusalem fail to see, and so cannot understand their own blessings.
Lifthrasir seems quite wise in his way. That's the lost puzzle I already solved. That's the Prometheus shrine I already solved. Onward then. Friend! No, Bill, we already talked. Another terminal. Alright. Simple enough. On Cornelius. Lord of the Files. Read 30 texts on terminals. Nice. From the personal on Cornelius, from the personal reminiscences of Mitku. There are some people whose true importance you just don't notice at first. People who quietly hold things together without making a big deal of it. That's what Cornelius was. Always by Athena's side, he calmly and carefully helped us all stay on track, reminding us of our shared humanity and the values that had brought us this far. I cannot imagine how painful it must have been when Athena left him behind. When he went on his so-called research expedition, most people thought he went looking for her. To be honest, I thought he might never come back, and I was surprised when he finally did. I still don't understand how she could leave him. They seemed to love each other so deeply. After he returned, Cornelius was different. He founded the Museum of the Simulation and very rarely left its premises. The archive scholars doted on him, but he walled himself off, becoming almost as much of a recluse as Eustathius. And only then did I slowly understand how much the city had lost. Blake. 5358. What are these numbers going to be? God appears and God is light to those poor souls who dwell in night, but does a human form display to those who dwell in realms of day. Prime Mover. The Prime Mover, excerpted from Considerations by Eustathius. While it is hard from our vantage point to fully believe in any of the ancient religions, I must admit that I have come to believe in the existence of a Prime Mover. Not a designer as such, certainly not an interventionist god, but some force that set the universe itself into motion. I do not know if it is possible for us to ever truly understand this being, since it must, by definition, exist outside our understanding of reality, but I do believe that it exists. Does it look upon us with love? Are we entertainment, perhaps? Does it preserve some memory of us when we die? All of this I cannot answer. But I do not disbelieve those who honestly speak of having experienced some manner of brief communion with this entity. It's simply too common an experience in human history to easily discount. As the motion of the universe proceeds from the Big Bang, so whatever force animates us, whatever constitutes the true foundation of consciousness, proceeds from the Prime Mover. Okay. So now we've identified both profiles. It's Miranda and Athena. Miranda, what do you think about this, Mother? Athena. I don't believe in any kind of Prime Mover, but I thought you should read it because Eustathius is an intelligent person, and he came to this conclusion after a great deal of thought. It's important to respectfully consider points of view we don't agree with. So did Athena build the terminals? I mean, it doesn't really sound... Maybe? I don't know. I don't know. That could be interpreted as them finding that and reading it, but that doesn't really make a lot of sense. Because how would stuff from New Jerusalem get here, if not via them, right? But if all the tech is from New Alexandria, then presumably Athena could have gone to New Alexandria and salvaged the tech and built this place, but oh, I'm interested. Modernity. From the book... Oh, shit. Oh, of course they would write this book. From the Book of Annotated Internet Comments by Eustathius. If modernity is so great, why is everyone so fundamentally disappointed with the world? Why do we sigh with pleasure at the sight of old houses, but feel nothing but depressed and alienated by skyscrapers? Why do we yearn for lush forests and wide plains, not narrow canyons between buildings? 5358. Again, it's the same four numbers over and over and over and over and over. They're gonna mean something. They have to. If we love all this technology so much, why is our idea of happiness to get away from it? Could it be that progress is just Could it be that progress is just a story we tell ourselves to justify why we allow ourselves to be dominated by inhumanity and older forms of living have something to offer? It seems that many of us share this desire to immerse ourselves in nature. Though we are ourselves entirely technological beings, we enjoy and value the Earth's diverse and unpredictable biosphere. Okay, there were still other people besides the two of them here. Who we haven't noticed yet. But does that mean that progress is just a narrative, as this ancient commenter suggests? Or does it mean that technological progression and a love of the natural world are not, in fact, mutually exclusive? Oh man, have you thought about that? Have any of you thought... It never occurred to me until just now, but like, thousands of years from now, internet comments, like, they're gonna be a primary historical source. Like, the little scraps of paper and diaries and stuff we built our understanding of early history on. Internet comments will be to future humans. That's wild. Failed to load profile. And yet, if this person was left on his own somewhere in the wilderness, he would feel nothing but terror. The appreciation of nature is rooted in the experience of civilization, of safety. Athena, true, but he's still right. So much of what our ancestors created in their last years was alienating to the majority of people. Failed to load profile, then the question isn't one of modernity, but of control. There's one of the Miranda ghosts.
If we believe that life is inherently valuable, if we think that other species are worth preserving, and we recognize that most of the universe is barren, then it follows that we have a duty not only to defend life, but to spread it. If life is the most valuable thing in the universe, then perhaps, in a sense, the cosmos itself is depending on us to do this. Like birds carrying seeds to uninhabited islands. Maybe that's our role in the galactic ecology.
Huh. This game might get bigger than I expected it to. Which would be, you know, probably just another pleasant surprise. Two-body problem. Okay. Blue laser to here. Freeing a connector requires a red laser to here. There's a blue source. And it looks like it's all actual connectors. I don't see any converters or inverters, so. Alright. What can you do, my guy? Quite line that up right. Oh, duh, of course it can't go through there. I mean, I feel like this is the right thing, but no, maybe it's not. Not quite. I'm missing a step somewhere. What all do I have? I have a driller. The red source is no useless to me. Miss another piece out here, did I? No, it doesn't look like it. Yeah, the beam can't go through vertical bars, so it's got to go all the way through here. that easy. Just have to be able to jump into the second guy. Position my drill a little better. There we go. Dusted. Private message. Linurx, an introduction. Oh, okay. Linurx. Okay, so no, they are all new people. 1K, Linurx here. It seems we share a mutual acquaintance. Dogue thinks we could work well together. Given the careful analysis you shared with us in the city, I tend to agree. What is all this about? Yes, I was interested to meet you. This is one of the people I met in the Friends of New Jerusalem gazebo. I like to connect with people who put facts before faith, so I'll be direct. The powers that be prefer to keep our society in stasis. They'd rather you were the last of our kind than seek new ways for us to live. They'd rather avoid the big questions than reveal answers they may not like. But I can't accept that it's wrong to use what we know to solve the problems before us. We wouldn't be here without technological solutions, learning, growth, mistakes. Those things are what we are. I agree. I know we both have hope for the future, and your expedition to look beyond the city walls presents a rare opportunity. Which leads me to my purpose in contacting you, but before we get to that, I know you've an inquiring mind. What would you like to know? Who are you? Why are you? Where are you? I just want to know what you want with me. Who are you? I'm the chief engineer of fluid dynamics. Our city runs on hydroelectric power. We'd be better off building nuclear reactors, but I just run the dam, our place of birth and source of life. So what do I know? And hey, maybe they're right. Maybe if we had more energy, we'd grow so fast we'd suffocate. I'd just rather test that hypothesis than spend eternity fixing leaks. Where are you? Knee-deep in river water, pulling tin cans from Overflow Sluice 8. Our ancestors so loved their tin cans. Why are you? I do physics, not metaphysics, but I'll give it a go. I suppose in the beginning there was nothing, and nothing implies something, and the zeros and ones got progressively more complex until eventually you and I popped out. I just want to know what you want with me. I think the island you're exploring holds knowledge far in advance of our own. There will be a great pressure on your team to leave it hidden, but those secrets belong to us all. We all deserve to learn and to grow. I just want you to approach your work using the scientific outlook you've been programmed with. Ask questions. Be open to answers which challenge your assumptions. And above all, if what you find has consequences for us all, you mustn't keep it to yourself. We already encountered advanced technologies. I know. Byron and I have been anticipating this opportunity for some time. I'm certain you're going to find more. I wish in return I could share everything I know with you now, but that time will come. For now, I need to ask that you keep our relationship between us. The dynamics in New Jerusalem are complex enough. So what do you think? Are you willing to work with me? Yes, let's do this. Excellent. Well, usually there's a bit more of a ceremony when someone new joins the cause. Nothing fancy, just a subtle branding with hydrogen peroxide, but that will have to wait until you're next in the city. In the meantime, welcome to Society Systemica. Wait, is this some kind of secret society? Thank you, let's stay in touch. I'd say it's more of a special interest working group. Nothing is more important to science than transparency, and at the same time we don't always have the luxury of ignoring social realities which sometimes demand discretion. Which is to say, I can't exactly refute your suggestion, but I'd certainly discourage it. Is there a secret handshake? Well, yes, now that you mention it. Though it's actually a randomly generated code phrase, 44 laughing lullabies. Alright. Yeah, the writing is absolutely incredible, Hermione, and so far this game's even better than the first, which is saying a lot. Are there others? Other members of Systemica or other groups like ours? To be fair, I can't tell you as much about either as I'd like, but reason would suggest that you and I are not unique in this world. Are there rules? You'd think so, but we largely depend on shared ideals. There may be no specific rule set, but I trust that we all know an error when we see one. Thank you. Let's stay in touch. Excellent. Okay. I still have another star to find. One more lost puzzle, a lost lab, and 2 more story puzzles, so... Looks like another Sphinx. Oh, I've had one very easy and one very frustrating experience with Sphinx riddles. Guess we'll see how the next one goes. This one is easy? Okay, good. So what is this? Is this the other lost puzzle, or is it the gold puzzle? Could be either. Could easily be either. Ah, there it is. Okay, wait, what is that? These are stars. That's gotta be the Megastructure portals, though. It's the only thing I've opened 1 of 4 of. So am I not gonna be able to do the gold puzzles till after I have the Megastructure fully open as well? That would be wild. So this way to 7 and the second star. Might as well do the puzzle first. It is between me and the Sphinx. Redshift. Alright, I have pressure plate, fan, second body, blue emitter, ladder out, so it anticipates me being back there at some point. Platform. Connector. Okay. Okay. Made it into the back. Now what? Probably needed to grab the connector before I did anything else. That was dumb of me. Do that little rigmarole, get back on top of the platform. Okay, this is easy. This is almost exactly like the binary puzzle from Gehenna. obviously has a little twist on it. Get in view. Yeah, it's just like the one in Gehenna. It's called Redshift, because what I can do, if it's connected to all four, I can just put this body in here. I can just walk over here. If I do just a little bit better job picking where to stand. Easy as pie.
Elohim must be very proud of you, 1K.
Ha! C-A-T. Cat. Do I just need to go spell cat? Is that really the idea here? Because I'm like at the very farthest north point I can possibly be, so this is C. So A is down southwest. This will be way on the other side of the whole main structure with the tower and everything. I gotta see if I can find anything with the rest of these, though. Yeah, taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. Cat. I feel like this is where I am. Are there two smaller islands to the southwest of me? Do I have my sense of direction right at all? Okay, looks like maybe I do. Okay, good. Okay, well I better go look at the... I guess I'll go look at the A. Well, if prior iterations were any indication, I need to find something out here first. Can I go too far? Are they gonna get mad? Or can I actually rove this whole thing? If I just go wild on this entire island, then Looks like I actually can. How about that? I'm not sure there's actually going to be anything out here, but the sea... What I'm just going by is that the sea was at the, like, way past the very northernmost point of it.
About how, in the end, the sea will claim everything. I have no doubt that this is true. In the long history of the human species, entire regions have disappeared under the waves. Places like Beringia and Doggerland still echo in our cultural memories.
Ah, yes, here we go.
But we shouldn't forget that life began in the sea. We are the children of the sea. And it's not through floods and ruin that the sea will claim everything, but through us.
Launch! And just what was the point of that? Do I just have to do it all 3 times? Demonstrate my 9 lives? Alright, well, let's go find the A one. Southwest. Oh, is that was a shortcut? Was there something else I was supposed to find out there? Did I miss another fucking switch? Okay, good. Thank God. Did you hear the panic immediately creep into my voice? Alright, so... entire ethos on this second star is, hey, go wander around. All the way down to the ocean. That reference was, by the way, the sea will claim everything. That's one of Jonas Kairatzi's earliest solo games. So that was a reference to his earlier work. There was a flame? Oh, shoot. Okay. So I do have to go back there. Well, see if I can find the A one first, and then we'll go from there. Do I have to do them in order? Or can I get this middle one now? Nice one to give you a pretty good visual indicator how far out you can wander. Well, I think I missed the one to the southwest at this point. I turned the wrong way. I thought I had already overshot it when I had not. That's alright, we can actually get the first one this time along with the shortcut back. It'll be alright. I'm getting pretty sleepy, but we're also really close on this world, so So there was a flame when I was walking down the hill. How far up? Must be a ways up. I don't see it from here. Oh, but the flame is a Prometheus spark. It's not related to the star. I'm good on the star after riding the fan, is that right? Oh, I was looking at the wrong That was the Prometheus Shrine. Which means that I actually just blew past the second one I needed because I'm an idiot. I thought it was a repeat and it wasn't. God damn it. That was the one I was looking for. Well, let's go back and grab it. That's the one I already found. Oh, okay. Hermione, take care. Thanks for stopping by to say hello. It really is always wonderful to see you. You're not going to miss too much more. The tower sequences are really interesting, depending on which apparition appears and all that, but I'm sure you'll see him yourself. I thought this was the one I had already found, but it was not. Aha! There's nothing to do here except ride the fan. That's pretty clear. Quintuple check that. Alright. A. Right, that one launched me back to Prometheus. So the flame is down the path behind the Sphinx. Lost Puzzle and Puzzle 8. After I finish with this star. Okay, so there's probably a Prometheus spark in every world. And a Straton. I haven't found a Straton for this world yet either. That goes to something important. Get there in a minute after I grab the spark I missed. Somewhere up here there is a path. I'll just find it. There it is. Alright. First, let's find where this bad boy starts. Right up here by the second lost puzzle. Okay, well... Nope. JK, it's the gold puzzle. Second lost one's close, but let's go find the spark first. Might as well collect them all, even if I'm never gonna use them. Just don't see the damn thing anywhere. There it is. Yay. Thank you very much for that heads up as well. Alright. Okay, let's head back to the Sphinx. Gotta catch them all. Indeed. In retrospect, I wonder if it was Pokemon that birthed the completionist urge inside me. Wouldn't surprise me. It'd be close. Alright. Looks like the last one is actually not in water. It's to the southeast. Looks like it's like on an island or in a puzzle. So... but we'll find out. This is... already solved puzzle 7. And this is my marker that there's something way the hell down here. This is going to be the lab for this one, isn't it? Way out here on the coast. Oh, no. A terminal. Chernyshevsky 11. On the Past, from Arkady Chernyshevsky's In Our Likeness Essays on Humankind Reaching Adulthood. With alarming frequency, our mythological narratives conceptualize our separation from nature as a fall, a punishment for sinning, a loss of innocence, a decline from a golden age. We believe that a better state of humanity is possible, but insist that this state must be in the past, and yet our historical experience has been the exact opposite. For all the horrors of modern war, and they are considerable, relatively few people today have to suffer the unspeakable agonies that our ancestors went through on a daily basis. It is doubly ironic that we place our golden ages in the past, but very rarely ever consider what life was actually like for the people whose genes we carry, how cold they were, how hungry, how frightened of the cruelty of nature, what unspeakable pains they must have experienced when they were sick or injured, how many of their children they had to lose, unable to help, begging the heavens for mercy and never receiving an answer. The past is a slowly receding tidal wave of grief. 5358. The battle for human emancipation is not yet won, and the path has been far from straightforward. And yet in but a few thousand years we have eliminated a great deal of suffering that before must have seemed unavoidable and eternal. Some still suffer, their lives held ransom by politics and economics, but at least now we know that a better world is truly possible, and it lies in the future. Founding 4. Hypatia's Journal number 4, from Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 132. We had a bit of an incident today. Nothing major, but it still woke us all up. Sun was away from the camp alone, even though we had agreed that we should always go in teams, and she encountered a group of the herbivores that we saw on the first day. Cows, they're called. Apparently our ancestors kept them as livestock. Eustathius says they squeezed them for liquid, but I find that hard to believe. But I digress. Sun encountered a herd, and just as predicted, the animals were passive at first, friendly even. Sun decided to abandon her survey to study them for a while, which went well, until a group of wolves, formerly dogs, a type of pet, entered the clearing, causing a stampede. Sun is all right, only minor scratches to the bodywork and a few torn wires, but it was a close call. I guess we'd gotten a little complacent, a little too comfortable. We'll have to be more careful from now on. Trevor 4.
Now I have to talk science fiction for a bit because I love science fiction, but it drives me nuts. There's this cliche that shows up over and over, and every time someone uses it, everyone pretends it's really profound. It goes something like this. A scientist invents something good, but, oh no, it's actually really bad. You could have something that makes your life better, but no, you can't. How dare you even want it? That's hubris. That's playing God. And it's never anything that reflects the real world, right? It's never, oh no, you invented a vaccine for cervical cancer. Oh no, you invented a new class of antibiotics. Oh no, you cured malaria. How dare you? Those diseased mosquitoes are way more important than human lives. How did science fiction become so reactionary? You know, if we all thought this way, you guys wouldn't even exist. At least Alex agrees with me. She has good taste.
He's not wrong. Alright, so I'm not entirely set on where my third and final star platform is. But judging by what the others have looked like it's off the coast. It's off the coast. This one is on something, and like something's particular on the north edge of it. So I'm gonna look around I'm gonna look around my last couple puzzle structures. I haven't found a lab yet on this island either. I don't even actually see the question mark for it. There's gotta be one though, right? Ah, never mind, that must be it. Good. It was hiding, but it's there. Ah, yes, here is the lab. Excellent. Oh, hey, there it is. Body replication tech. From Quentin. Archived message from Quentin to Athena. Dear Founder, I never got to know you. People tell all these stories about you, and I don't know what to believe. Some people say to ask Cornelius. Others say Cornelius is too blinded by grief. Some say Byron stands for the truth. Others say he's a fanatic and a radical, and we should listen to the mayor. There doesn't seem to be a way of getting a straight answer. Why did you abandon us to this chaos? Why can't you just come back and sort it out? If you are reading these messages, don't you care? Quentin. From Rodamne. To Athena. Dear Founder, thank you for everything you did for us. I am grateful for the life that I have, which would not exist without you. I hope wherever you are now, you are at peace. Rodamne. Noema Project 5. Trials 938 to 1000. Version 0.12 successfully deployed. New labs established to avoid interference. First successful duplication of advanced machinery. Trials 1001 to 1308. Data collection and analysis. Translation. Groping in the dark. Trial 1309. But QFT fails to account for this. Must rerun trials 1212 through 1294. Maybe God was just trying to make an apple pie from scratch. Okay, so this is Athena doing the research. Kinda had to figure that at this point, but... Lux V5. What is that?
This looks like it has something to do with energy generation. Am I reading this right?
From Belzerzan. To Athena. O great and sacred Founder, I believe I have discovered the truth that our so-called leaders have hidden from us. This absurd and sacrilegious goal they have us working towards, this hubristic completion day foolishness, was never your true intent. Even this abomination of a city that calls itself New Jerusalem is a deception. Why would you want us to return to the sinful ways of our ancestors, strangling the living soil with steel and concrete? No, it was when you and the first companions lived humbly amongst the splendors of Gaia, having no need for all this wasteful ostentation inherited from our weak and decadent ancestors, that you showed us the true path. After all, why would the progenitor have given us such hardy bodies if she had intended for us to live in unearned luxury? From the very first, we were built to be free from pride and material excess. This is fun because we just, we happen to know what Alexander Drennan's real purposes were. And this kind of exploration of the way something we as players, audience members reacting to the game actually know can get distorted over thousands of years of human history is interesting. Your teachings have been obscured and perverted by ideologues, worst of all by the traitor Byron, who once was like a son to you. But you should know that there are still those of us who remember the truth, and await the blessed day of your return, when surely justice will be meted out, and humanity will finally return to its intended path. Hallowed be your name, Belzerzan. The Shutdown. Olufemi Kaneda. Okay, so this was the guy who was tasked with eulogizing humanity. We assembled on the vast green lawn outside as the reactors began to slowly wind down. The workers were solemn. The activists who had fought against the decommissioning seemed crushed. There was supposed to be a speech, but the spokeswoman had lost her notes. Outside, the protesters cheered. Oh, okay, hold on. No, yeah, shutting down nuclear power plants. This is not the end of humanity. My mistake. My eyes were drawn to the discarded anti-shutdown banners endlessly reciting the facts. The statistics on mortality per trillion kilowatt hours, lowest of all energy sources. The lifespan of a reactor, 70 more years in our case. minimal land footprint, almost zero emissions, no intermittency. It became a jumble of words, a litany, almost a kind of glossolalia. As far as the protesters outside were concerned, it might as well be an alien tongue. One thing was clear to them, and that was enough. The technology inside this compound was deeply, inherently wrong. It was a sin. I could not help but think of that moment on August 6th, 1945, when the sky erupted above Shima Hospital. My imagination could never fully encompass it. How do you imagine more than 70,000 people annihilated in an instant? An ancestor of mine was in that hospital. He went from being a doctor, a husband, a father, a pacifist stuck in a terrible war, to being a pile of bleached bones covered in rubble, all in a single second. Not by accident, but because of a choice someone made. Not because of a reactor, but because of a bomb. Just 2 days earlier, contradicting his campaign promises, the Prime Minister had suggested that the use of tactical nuclear weapons would be an acceptable risk if the conflict continued. Very few seemed to find this particularly shocking or outrageous. They were afraid of reactors, but not of bombs. That is weirdly true. The spokeswoman gave up on finding her notes. It was starting to rain and people were walking away. She grabbed the microphone. "By the time you regret this, it'll be too late," she said. "But honestly, I don't know if I care anymore. Maybe you have it coming." Miranda: "The spokeswoman sounds so bitter. The protesters didn't mean any harm. From their perspective, they were doing good." Athena: "People always think they're doing good when they get collectively outraged. That doesn't make them right." Failed the load profile. "Who else is here? Who else is here?" Collective action can change the world when it's deliberate and based in reason, but it can also become a mental trap or a societal pressure valve. Cliché. From error to Miranda. 5358. The thought-terminating cliché. As you continue your reading, there's a useful concept that I would like you to keep in mind. The thought-terminating cliché. This is a type of phrase, often a slogan or a saying, which sounds meaningful but is really intended to make you stop thinking. To pick an example from our history, someone in the simulation might say things like, "It's the will of Elohim," or "It serves the process," and that would be that, case closed. Who knows how many iterations never advanced further because they just stopped thinking at that point. Do note, however, that a thought-terminating cliché is not the same as a lie. It may very well contain elements of truth, but those elements are used to keep you from questioning a whole set of assumptions that come with it, which may be partially or totally false. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. There's a yawn. Gotta wrap this up. We're gonna finish this world, don't worry. This often takes the form of appealing to something you care about. We must protect X, where X is a nation, a philosophy, public order, or even the planet itself. But while you may agree with that element, all kinds of assumptions may be included about how to protect something, or who to protect it from, or what the end goal of protecting it is. If you stop there just because you agree with the surface-level statement, Israel has a right to defend itself. Oops, I didn't say that. Yes, I did. That's a very salient, thought-terminating cliché. If you stop there just because you agree with the surface-level statement, the results may be the opposite of everything you wanted. Like those who chose to serve Elohim, and in so doing prevented him from achieving his true purpose. Very true. Alright. Lost Puzzle, Story Puzzle 8, Stratton, second star. Still haven't seen Stratton. He's gotta be here. I feel like I'm learning the rules, and there's one Prometheus spark in every area. There's one Stratton in every area. There's 3 terminals in every area. 1 lab, 2 stars, 2 lost puzzles, 1 gold puzzle, 8 main puzzles. And that really is every area, as near as I can tell. Athena.
I wonder what it was like when the ancients were still here. Their world seems so lively.
Not always in a good way. Interesting times are great to read about, but rarely great to experience.
That's true. But they left behind so much art and philosophy and religion, and so many strange stories. Is New Jerusalem like that?
It was, in the beginning.
Uh-huh. I even get around this one? I'm not sure that's what I want to do, but looks like I can't anyway. Alright. Drilling party. Alright, it's a big one. Okay. Oh, I did not want to drop it off the edge. Come on, game. Alright, let's try that again. And I can't take control through an energy gate. So that's probably not the place to start. This is. Well, I gotta pass him something through a hole. So I can't get myself or my drill anywhere near here, so the drill always operates from this vantage with my main body. Now, the interesting thing I might be able to do... Aha! Alright. I freed a second body and a connector. And 2 connectors. Before I do too much of anything else. So all I actually need at the far end is a weight. That can be practically anything. Here's what I can't figure out. What's any of this for? So as I say, there have to be ways to get through the energy gates, too. There is a source there. He has to stay here. And now it's better to have the bodies because I can juggle them. Oh no, I can't actually. It's having him there doesn't do me any good because I can't pull him off. Or the gate will close. I need to do something with these walls that I'm not thinking of quite yet. In fact, I know exactly what that something is. I think I do anyway. So you pass that in there. gosh, come on, where's my other one? Thank you. The only real question now is how do I get out? Which side of the gate is it on? It's gonna stay on this side. Okay. Oh, wait. What can I do with this wall? Or with that wall? Or with this wall? I need to redo a couple things. Just trying to piece together exactly how this needs to work. This is what I have, right? Ultimately, I do still need to leave something there and here. Alright, let me attack the problem more holistically. In order to get through the last gate, I need a connector there, beaming through, and the drill has to have that wall open. That's the only way to get that gate open. In order to solve the puzzle, I need a body and one of my connectors in that final zone. After I get through that gate, I should be able to move another connector through either of those walls. So I don't need the connector in there. I only need the body in there. While that's happening, something needs to be on the pressure plate, and it is. Okay. The issue is he can't move. No matter what, every way I look at it, I need one more piece. This doesn't do anything for me. Which obviously means I'm not thinking about it right. There's a way to do it without another piece, or else another piece would be here, so think. I don't suppose there's some way that's a red herring. No, because I have to get a body through, and bodies can't get through drill holes. Getting some better ideas now. There's a way to set this up. We're getting real close now. Alright, I've got a body out here. From here, it's easy as all get out. Just took me a minute. Persistent. Work on solving a puzzle for more than 20 minutes. Hey, way to make me feel bad. right at the moment I solve it, game. That's kind of you. Hey, we realize you just cracked it, but you're a fucking idiot. You know that, right? Thanks. Alright, so now it's just the one lost puzzle and the final star. Interplay. Get a blue laser here. I'm gonna free my second. Fella. I need a red laser. I'm gonna have a red laser. I need something weighted. Like perhaps a box. But I can't carry anything over there. Okay. I think ultimately this has to be about floating a box, right? Ultimately, I need to get a body over here that can keep a box floating. But that's obviously not my only concern. Yeah, I don't have a way to hop back up here either, do I? No. What a hard one. I do see the next move I can make, though. And there was a spot to put it, but there's not, of course. No, I need a box for the float to actually work. only one box in the whole level. No, it won't float on its own. Didn't leave anything in here by mistake, did I? No? No, I did not. Oh, of course I can bring the box over. Because I can bring the second body over. God, I'm an idiot sometimes. I chalk it up to continuing to play past my bedtime. There we go. So now I can do this. Need better line of sight on my second body. Now we can get through this gate, which is the second connector. Now I think the rest of the trick is to somehow bring the box back over here. Oh, maybe. I don't know. Yeah, I'm missing one step. It only has to be a major one, though. All I really need is to be able to set the connector up here, and I think I'll have it. No, maybe I'm too optimistic. Oh, no, this is fine. I just need to float the other connector again. That's the part I'm missing. Yeah, that'll do. My second body in line of sight so I can grab it. We got this one. Alright, that is everything but the second star. Which I think is in this area. Just past the puzzle I just solved. Have to check that out, though. So it's southeast of the main structure. Right now I'm north of the main structure, so I have further to roam in order to find what I'm looking for, and that's fair enough. Yeah, it was definitely positioned at like the north edge of a decidedly southeast structure. Like, maybe whatever this is. Oh yeah, there's even a path. Oh, that's Stratton. Not my star, but equally important.
To us who have only just begun this journey of philosophy, the world may seem like a mystery that can never be solved. A great deal has been written since the days of the Seven Sages, but how much of it is truth and how much of it is idle speculation? I have offended many by saying that most philosophy will, as the centuries pass, be discarded as foolishness and superstition. But it is a truth only philosophers fail to see. And yet we cannot abandon reason and conclude that we cannot know anything. Rather, we must accept that the journey towards understanding will be long, and our task is to build a foundation for those who will one day arrive at its destination.
I just keep wondering where exactly the thing I'm looking for might actually be. Southeast of the main structure. Which is actually not where I am now. No, I got turned around. Came too far. Although it helped me find Stratton, and that's a good thing. Well, no, maybe I wasn't just turned around as I thought. God. Very, very, very southeast corner of everything. But with that caveat, the north-ish part of whatever it is. Okay. Keep going that direction. Well, it's gotta be this stuff. That's where I rode in. How can I keep getting so turned around? I just want to go southeast of the tower, man. maybe I should go by the actual symbol and conclude this wasn't too far after all. I did find Stratton. I'm looking for the T launch pad on the Cat Sphinx riddle. That's the last piece. Alright, so I need that compass marker to be northwest of me. Okay. Now this is closer to where I originally actually thought it was. Whatever was down there where I found Trevor's log, the path felt like it should have been something more important than just going to a terminal, but I checked that structure pretty thoroughly. That's all I saw down there. What's on top of this ridge at the far end? Just looks worth exploring to me. Can't get up the last bit, come on. I just have a feeling there's something at the end of this. I'm probably very wrong. Who knows? Perhaps I'm not. Though if this is actually what I was looking for, that's a pretty poorly drawn map for the last one. It's a nice bench. Well, that's the third one. That was a hell of a launch. That doesn't seem like it did anything. Okay, I definitely found all three of them. I found the C, the A, and I found all three fans. That didn't do anything on its own. Which is frustrating, because that wasn't easy to do. Let me think about it for a second. They all also launched me to different things, but I don't know if that matters. C launched me right to the back of the Sphinx. A launched me right back to Prometheus. T launched me smack into the hill there. Yeah, you might better give me another hint. Okay. C-A-T. I mean, I didn't see a cat anywhere. I'll take a run back to the first one just because I have the best idea where it is. Let's see if I can figure out what I was supposed to see. Okay, the fans aren't part of the solution, but they are where the map is sending me as reference points. So I better get back down there and see what I can see from the reference point. Can't see anything from here. Something I have to watch for in the air, I guess. There's a giant X directly ahead of me on the building. Right there. Doesn't look like I can get up there this way though. Don't tell me about, like, this spot I'm trying to get to specifically. Is this the right idea? Is there something that I see when I'm in the air? Or when you say the fans aren't part of the solution, do you mean I don't even have to ride them? Because here's the other thing I see. this does roughly correspond to the map of the island, the area I'm in. Like, specifically, I can see the paths. Right, I'm looking right at this little triangle here that heads up to the Sphinx. So where else would there be a solution, then? It's spelling the word cat. I can kinda see a cat? Maybe? Like, the tip of the ear here, maybe? Oh, but what's the point of the fans at the letter locations, then? I might just be too sleepy. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see... Not really, like... There's supposed to be a cat on this map somewhere. That little path is sort of shaped like a cat head, but not really. I guess I could go look at it, but... But the other thing is there's that little tick above the last one I found, the last T. Which is where the bench was. Oh, fuck, is that bench? Is that bench somehow the actual solution? It's at the one spot on that map that had a tick mark on it, so maybe I better go back out there. It was way out here, as I recall. That's rhetorical. It's my next lead. If it doesn't pan out, I may have further questions. Am I gonna sit on the bench and spot a cat somewhere and follow it? I don't know. Because you can just see it above the T. There is that little arrow there pointing north. Don't really see anything to the north, though. From anywhere. Alright, I may need yet another hint. I'm just not seeing anything. I don't really see an image of a cat anywhere in the map either. It's the only other thing I could think of. Yeah, the one you said was easy is absolutely stumping me. Go figure. Okay. My compass doesn't match the map, okay. That helps. The directions are all wrong. Huh. Let me get a good vantage on some paths then. And also, that's a terrible fucking design decision. To have a compass and not make it correspond with the maps. That was fucking boneheaded. And I seem to be stuck in a rock. Amazing. Okay. So let me find a good path vantage again. Because one thing that is pretty clear is that the drawing matches the paths almost perfectly. Especially like a really recognizable landmark like here. Triangle, the puzzle to the north, 2 to the west. I'm not actually sure I'm looking at this right, but I'm pretty sure I'm looking at the path map right though, so if I head east and south, I should loop around the tower and ultimately find a 4-way intersection somewhere. Oh, except the path doesn't continue. It's the flaw in that thinking. Where am I? Okay, but the fans do correspond to CAT, the letters on the drawing, right? Even if I'm wrong about which is which, because the directions don't match. This doesn't make a lot of sense to me that it would be this one. It's not in the right spot relative to the... Well, I keep thinking that the map is directionally sensible, and that turns out not to be the case, so... If the cardinal directions on it are all wrong, I don't blame myself for not being able to solve it. It doesn't give a direction, it doesn't give an indication as to what the actual directions are. Well, maybe it does if it probably does actually if I studied the map of the structure, or the shape of the structure. I should do that. think I will, actually. So apparently off in some direction from one of these, I'm going to see something that looks like a cat. Alright, so the tower is on this end. So it's literally inverted. What the fuck? That explains why I was able to find all three. But right is west. Jesus fucking Christ, okay. Which means I have to flip it in my head. If right is west, then down is north. So the right one is the northwest one near Prometheus. Or southwest, rather. Wait, what? Okay. Compass west is to the right. So compass east is to the left. Compass north is down. Compass south is up. So I need compass northwest. Which is actually the Sphinx, which is where I just was. I didn't see anything, though. That little hash is unmistakable. So get there, and I guess look south and go from there. Alright. Which doesn't exactly make the most sense either. Alright, so the marker is pointing compass south from here. Which also really doesn't make a lot of fucking sense. Maybe it's not out here at all. Maybe these are landmarks, but the actual switch is just on the fucking Sphinx itself. Or on a landmark close to here. Like one of the puzzles, I don't know. Wait a minute. Okay, so there's a pattern near each of the spots it launched me to. This is T. The next one is off east of me. Yeah, I'm getting genuinely pissed at some of the Sphinx puzzles. It's just... It's such a stupidly counterintuitive move to make a map that doesn't correspond to the player's compass. It's alright though. I can figure it out. Alright, well. Here's A. I just need to go to the very south end. The one by... Right? Yeah, south end. That's where C is. So what the fuck is the point of the fans? Why do they have 3 fans that roughly correspond to where the 3 letters are? Did they launch me, like, in the vague direction of where I'm supposed to put the letters? That only really seems to be the case with the Sphinx one. Like the T that's right by the Sphinx, I mean. Here I am trying to see. About as far south as there's an obvious route to get, too. Let's swing to the next one. It's gotta be on one of these. Actually worried I was going to fall too far there. Here it is. Alright, well that was a massive pain in the ass. Granted, if I had just spotted even one of the letter patterns, it would have been fairly easy. Man, I can't get over, like... It's a really genuinely shit design move to make a map that doesn't match a compass. And just not tell you. Because, like, you know, there were some maps in certain Thief missions in the original 2 games that had the, where the map didn't strictly correspond to your compass, but the key was there was always a marker on it that showed you which way north was. Like, it overtly told you your map didn't correspond to your actual compass if you were paying attention. I did have that notion, that's true. Alright. Alright.
If the fool persisted in his foolishness, would he become wise?
Not sure how that would happen. Oh yeah, before I do the tower, I've been looking. I didn't see one. My best guess is down there where the Trevor log was, but Lone Wonder, did you find any ancient objects in this world? Because I haven't found any yet. I feel like there's gotta be... Like, along here feels right, like... Or somebody clearly made a path from a landing site. Okay. I'm not gonna bother searching right now. I'm very sleepy. It's 1:45. I've gotta go to bed, but I do want to enter this tower before I end for tonight. We'll do a big sweep. Whenever we get to that obvious point of no return that the reviews talked about, we might go back and sweep all the prior areas for ancient objects and anything else I missed. Here's Alcatraz.
Hello, 1K.
Surprised I hadn't managed to talk to him before now. Did you know the founder?
I sure did. Not as well as Byron, but she was still around when I was born.
Okay.
I remember she came and talked to me after New Alexandria, told me how sorry she was. I never blamed her for that. It wasn't her responsibility.
What was New Jerusalem like when you were born?
A lot busier than it is now. My most defining memory is that it was extremely noisy, because something was always being built. Got annoying after a while.
What do you think about the body replication tech?
It seems like something that could very quickly get out of control. You know that saying about good intentions? If we can solve problems by just making more people, how long before people just become a problem-solving tool?
What do you think about Miranda's idea that it's our duty to spread life?
Our ancestors thought they could introduce new species to existing ecosystems, and it never turned out well.
Makes sense. I don't think that applies to places where there is no life, like other planets.
There's no life there now, but you can't see the future. You might be wiping out a whole ecosystem that hasn't even gotten started yet.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
For some reason, we'd convinced ourselves that New Jerusalem wasn't enough, that we needed another city. We thought it would be easier the second time around. All it takes is a little bit of arrogance and a little bit of ignorance, and people die.
That's all. I kind of like that there's literally going to be only one way either of these fit. placeable. So is that one. But not really. As long as there's literally only one you can place, that kind of decides for you, doesn't it? Actually makes it very easy. I like that. Who's it gonna be? Sphinx.
For tricking the gods to help humankind, Prometheus was punished by being bound to a rock, there to be eternally tormented. The chains that held him were forged by Hephaestus, blacksmith to the gods. Was Hephaestus right to allow his art to be used in this fashion?
Yes, he was. No, no one should be chained. Yes, it was his duty to obey the father of the gods. If Hephaestus thought the punishment unjust, he should have refused. Hephaestus only forged the chains. It was Zeus who bound Prometheus. How about you just cut out the cryptic nonsense and tell me if Athena is here? If Hephaestus thought the punishment unjust, he should have refused.
And why was it for lowly, lame Hephaestus to make this choice, and not mighty Zeus?
The lame and the lowly are no less wise than the mighty. The creator is responsible for his creation. Everyone must make a choice. A creator ought to have control over his creation. I like both of these. I'm gonna go with this.
Then none but oracles can create without fear. As you continue your journey to the flame, remember Hephaestus and the burdens of the blacksmith.
The pattern is holding. Solve the puzzles, enter the town, speak to an entity, turn on the beam. It's like she's appealing to our past, reminding us of where we came from, but changing enough elements to make us view our history through a different lens. Or maybe I'm completely missing the point. I don't know. You might have something there.
I read about this in a book. It's called defamiliarization.
Yakut? I think I'm actually impressed.
All right. All right, guys, that is gonna do it for me tonight. It is way past bedtime. Totally worth it. I'm gonna gorge myself on this sequel and devour it. I didn't try and pace it or make it last or any such nonsense. Not this one. Just trying to get back to the tram station. I think I'll be back on tomorrow night. I don't have any other plans tomorrow evening. I'm busy tomorrow during the day, so we can't do an ultra long. Might be able to do an ultra long on Sunday, but either way, I gotta go pass out. So, thanks so much, Lone Wonder. Thank you for the hints. I really appreciate it. There's some kind of rift between the way they try to draw the pictures for their Sphinx riddles and my brain. It is not grokking. I do not see the stuff. But anyway, maybe I'll get better. One hopes. I will see y'all tomorrow night. Take care. Have a great evening. Bye, everybody.